Good evening, everyone. The time is now 6:34 p.m., and I call the January 5th, 2023 meeting of the Alpharetta Planning Commission to order. Thank you to everyone in the room that is joining us now and everyone watching online. Please note for the record that all members of the Planning Commission, as well as alternate Manley, are present with the exception of Commissioner Brady. If everyone in the council chambers will please make sure that your phones and mobile devices are on silent, we would appreciate that. At this time, we will start our swearing-in ceremony, and we have Mayor Gilvin here this evening to swear in members of the Planning Commission. Would the following commissioners please stand and come down to the front? Commissioner Richard, Commissioner Kungu, Commissioner Perkins, Commissioner Stratton, and Commissioner Zabriskie.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being willing to take this oath. We appreciate your service to this community. And so, does everybody have a copy? Awesome. We'll do this. I will read portions. You follow. Hopefully we'll get it all right this time. Okay? If you would, please raise your right hand. This is the oath of office for the Planning Commission of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia. Please repeat after me. I state your name. Hereby accept the honor of serving as a board member of the Planning Commission of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
Hereby accept the honor of serving as a board member of the Planning Commission of the City of Alpharetta, Georgia.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that
I do solemnly swear or affirm that
I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due to this state or any political subdivision or authority thereof.
I am not the holder of any unaccounted for public money due to this state or any political subdivision or authority thereof.
I am qualified to hold said office according to the Constitution and laws of Georgia.
I am qualified to hold said office according to the Constitution and laws of Georgia.
And I shall support the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America.
I shall support the Constitution and laws of the state of Georgia and the Constitution and laws of the United States of America.
Further, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I shall
Further, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I shall
faithfully perform the duties of a Planning Commission member,
faithfully perform the duties of a Planning Commission member,
regularly attend meetings,
regularly attend meetings,
uphold the ideals of community and service,
uphold the ideals of community and service,
act and conduct business in accordance with the city's code of ethics and conduct, and
act and conduct business in accordance with the city's code of ethics, conduct, and
support the charter and laws of the city of Alpharetta, Georgia.
support the charter and laws of the city of Alpharetta.
So sworn this 5th day of January, 2023.
So sworn this 5th day of January 2023.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Our first order of business will be to elect the officers for 2023. Would someone like to make a nomination for chairman?
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Francis Kungu as our chairman of the Alpharetta Planning Commission.
Second.
Commissioner Fungo, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
The next nomination that we have will be for vice chairman. Does anyone have a nomination?
I would like to nominate Fergal Brady. He is not here tonight, but he has already indicated he would accept as vice chairman. I would like to nominate him as vice chairman of the Planning Commission.
I second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. I will now turn over the meeting to Chairman Fungo.
Thank you, Board, for your confidence in me, and thank you, Mayor Gilvin, for the swearing in. We appreciate the opportunity to serve on this board. It's a very important business of the city. We facilitate public meetings for zoning matters, comprehensive planning, and we are grateful to be able to serve. Happy New Year, everybody, and thank you for joining us tonight. We have a few items to consider tonight, and if forwarded to City Council, they will be heard on Monday, January 23rd, 2023. This is a recommending board. The mayor makes the final decision, so come back on the 23rd to make your opinion known to City Council before they make the final decision on recommendations forwarded to them then. The first thing to consider are the minutes for the December 1st, 2022 meeting. What is the desire of the board?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion has been made and properly seconded. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries. The first item on the agenda is Z23-01/V-23-03 KJ Luxury Homes /1500 Mayfield Road. Is Michael presenting? While Michael is getting ready, the way we do this is we have the staff make a presentation. We invite the applicant to make a presentation. Then I'll open the meeting for public comment. After public comment, the applicant will have time for rebuttal, and then I'll turn it over to the board for consideration. So you have an opportunity to speak to us during the public meeting. Thank you. Michael.
Good evening, Chairman and Planning Commissioners. Happy New Year. The first item before you is KJ Luxury Homes is requesting a rezoning and variances to allow for a 7-lot for-sale single-family detached subdivision on 5.166 acres. Rezoning is requested from AG Agriculture to R22, which is minimum 22,000 square foot lots, about half-acre lots. Variances are requested to reduce the right-of-way width and to allow a sidewalk on just one side of a local street. I do have the the location map on the overhead. Subject property is located at 1580 Mayfield Road. It's the north side of Mayfield Road between Gransley and Harrington Falls subdivisions. Proposed density for this subdivision would be 1.24 dwelling units per acre. Property is developed with a single-family detached home, and there are several outbuildings on the property. Harrington Falls and a strip of land are located to the west. Gransley is located to the north and east, and unplatted lots are located to the south. The comprehensive land use plan designation of the property is very low-density residential, which does allow the R22 zoning district. Variances that are requested are to reduce the right-of-way width of a local street from 50 feet to 44 feet and to allow a sidewalk on one side of the street. The 44-foot right-of-way, we did look at surrounding developments. We have seen a reduction in local street right-of-ways throughout the city. In fact, the Gransley street going into Gransley Court is a 44-foot right-of-way, for example. Also on the applicant's site plan, and I'm just going to turn to that real quick, with regard to the sidewalk on one side of the street, so there are only lots on one side of the street. So the sidewalk is only shown on the west side of the street. It ends here. So they're asking to remove the sidewalk requirement along the east side of their new street. And in place of providing that sidewalk, they're actually able to provide a landscape buffer adjacent to Gransley. That's not a buffer that is required by code. No buffers are required by code, residential to residential. So sticking with the applicant's site plan, as you can see, we'll just orient it north and south here. 5.66 acre parcel of land. You can see 7 lots proposed. The detention is proposed on the north end of the site. They do provide the required sidewalk along the frontage of their property along Mayfield, and they do provide a sidewalk on one side of the new street. They have a 65-foot setback that's shown from Mayfield from this first lot. And there's a 20-foot landscape strip along Mayfield Road. As I mentioned, buffers are not required residential to residential. However, the applicant is providing a buffer along the east side of the property adjacent to Gransley. There are a significant number of trees on the property, a mix of pines and hardwoods. Pines of less than 10-inch caliper make up the majority of the trees on the site, so smaller pines on the property. The applicant did provide a tree save plan. They show approximately 70 trees being saved. And we do have a plan that shows which trees. They're mainly along the west side of the property here, you can see. Some of these trees that are shown are off-site on that strip of land that separates this property from Harrington Falls. However, the applicant shows those because we do require that trees on the property as well as 30 foot from the property line be shown. So that's why they've shown some off-site trees. There's a grouping of trees here and then a grouping of trees along the north property line that they're proposing to save. There's only one specimen tree that's being saved, but there's only 2 specimen trees identified on the property. The applicant did provide some photographic inspiration of the homes that they would be constructing on the property. There are 3 photographs that were provided. We do not have specific architectural requirements in this area of the city. Of course, staff looked at the applicant's requests against the established review criteria for rezoning and variance. The proposed zoning of R22 is consistent with the future land use of the property. And the R22 zoning district development regulations, so their setbacks, lot width, things of that nature actually are compatible with that narrow shape of the property. The R minimum 1 acre lots has a much larger setback requirement, and it would be very difficult to lay out on the site, although it could be done. If approved, we did recommend several conditions, but specifically a condition with regard to the stormwater pond potentially being moved, and we do have a change to that condition. I'll bring that up as we go through the conditions. Property does have a narrow shape to support the applicant's request for variance to reduce the width of the local street, as well as to only require a sidewalk on one side of the street. And the applicant does point to providing the 10-foot buffer adjacent to Gransley as the reason for that variance. We did show this request to the public at the December 14th, 2022 Community Zoning Information Meeting. There were several members of the public that were interested in the applicant's request, but no one did sign in on the provided sign-in sheet. Late today, we did receive a couple of emails regarding this request, and because they were received so late, I didn't have a chance to email those to the board, so I did print out copies. To your right, there should be a stack of public comments. One was for another application that will be considered later this evening, and then the other stack were two comments, email comments that we received late this afternoon. The one comment was from a resident in the Gransley subdivision, having concerns with the number of homes that were being proposed for the lot, and concurring with other concerns that have been voiced. I believe that refers to the other email that was in your packet from a resident in Harrington Falls. And then we also received another email from a resident in Harrington Falls, just concerned with any lots under 1 acre in size being developed on this property. Staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request, and I will go through, review the conditions with you. First condition is the site plan specific condition, rezoning to R22 and tying to the site plan prepared by ACR Engineering, Inc., revised 12/13/22. Condition 2 ties to the home elevation substantially similar to the photographs that I showed you, labeled Exhibit A, home photographs, with final approval by staff. We go on to say no more than 50% of the homes shall have siding as the primary material on the front facade, primary meaning more than 50%. Homes shall have 3-sided architecture, materials, and details as approved by staff. Condition 3 are the streetscape improvements required along Mayfield Road. So the planter, sidewalk, and decorative pedestrian lighting. Condition 4 would allow the local street to be a 44-foot right-of-way with sidewalk on one side of the street, so approving the variance request. Also, the local street being private and maintained by the HOA. Condition 5 addresses the 20-foot decorative landscape strip along Mayfield Road. And also having a decorative brick or stone wall similar to Gransley and Harrington Falls at their entrance. Condition 6 addresses 10-foot landscape strip required along their new local street. Condition 6 deals with the 10-foot landscape strip planted to buffer standards adjacent to Gransley subdivision. Condition 7, unfinished wood fences and decks shall not be visible from Mayfield Road. Condition 8 addresses the tree saves and ties it to that site plan that I showed you with the tree saves that were depicted there. Condition 9, developer shall identify and save additional tree groupings and trees of quality as approved by staff. Condition 10, developer shall remove exotic and invasive trees and shrubs within the tree save areas and replant where sparse. Condition 11 really is a code requirement, but we went ahead and put that in there just to make sure that the applicant understood that there would be a downstream analysis as part of this. This would be performed during the land disturbance permit phase and to look at any choke points as part of that study. Condition 12 is the way the condition, I'll read condition 12 as it's written in the staff report. So stormwater pond shall be moved to the area where the release can be tied into the existing pipe between lots 3 and 4 in Harrington Falls as approved by staff. Stormwater pond shall have earthen banks rather than walls. Landscape area surrounding stormwater management facility shall be planted as a buffer. And I just want to explain what that is. So there is an existing drainage easement off-site and between lots 3 and 4. I believe it's about in this location, about here. I might be slightly off. And so we thought it might be better in order to directly tie the outfall of the stormwater pond into that drainage pipe. But we have had some further discussions after the staff report was issued with our stormwater engineer. We do believe that there's an alternate to condition number 12 with options that would allow the pond to remain at this location, but that the applicant study, and I'll provide that to you. Second. So the applicant is also asking for a change to condition number 12 as it's written in the staff report. I'll let the applicant present that change. We were not in agreement with the change to that language that the applicant was proposing. We were, however, believe that condition number 12 should read as follows here. So we have a condition 12 with an A and B. And A basically is the way that condition 12 is written in the staff report currently. But it also provides an option B, which would allow them to leave the pond up on the north end of the property, but it has some requirements with regard to tying that in in requiring an analysis of tying into the Gransley Pond and how that would work. So we would recommend that Planning Commission change condition number 12 to the option with A and B.
Do we have that handout, Michael? I cannot find it in my stack.
I believe that so this was not something that we printed out. We did email this to Planning Commission, I think yesterday, I believe.
You have a copy, okay.
I do have my copy, which I'm happy to share after the presentation. Okay.
We have one,
All
thank
right.
you.
Condition number 13, developer shall make reasonable efforts to make a direct connection between stormwater management pond outfall and downstream connection point, rather than releasing at grade as approved by staff. If an at grade release is required, the release shall be at least 20 feet from the property line through a level spreader and directed through an existing or proposed off-site drainage easement. Level spreader shall not be within required landscape strips. Condition 14, utility structures, head walls, et cetera, shall be finished with decorative stone if visible from Gransley or Harrington Falls. And condition 15 is the condition that would restrict to no more than, typically it says no more than 10% of the units to be rented. 10% wouldn't give them quite one lot, so it says no more than one residential unit shall be rented. And that concludes the presentation. If you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer those.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions for Michael?
Actually, Michael, in the mention of staff's alternative option for location of a release point, there was talk about the Gransley detention. Having just walked that area, it wasn't obvious. Could you point out where that is?
I believe that it was referring to a connection. I thought that they were referring to here. So the pond sits here and connecting, I thought, but.
The applicant can show it. If you
So the
don't-
drainage easement runs across the north property line and then runs north.
Okay, so it's an easement, not a detention pond. Okay.
It appears that way. I'll see if I can do some digging after the presentation.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions, only because I am not familiar with the term level spreader. We've had a lot of discussion about stormwater over the last few months, but this is a new term. So can you explain that, Michael?
Sure.
And also, The second question I have on an earthen bank, do they require a fence around an earthen bank?
We do not.
Okay.
But many times what happens when you see fences around detention facilities, it's typically usually due to the insurance requirements. So the city does not have requirements. We have requirements for an access easement around the stormwater pond and screening, landscape screening material around a pond. But we do not require a fence around a pond.
Okay. Okay, so,
For safety purposes,
I'm sorry?
for safety only.
Okay. So explain to me what a level spreader is, or to everybody.
Sure. So, what the code says is that when you develop a property, you cannot increase the rate of runoff off your property onto an adjacent property. And then also, when you have runoff from a property, if you have a concentrated flow of water all in one area, you will have erosion. So the idea of a level spreader is to take that water that is running out of a pipe and spread it over a larger area so that it is, so you have, think of it as like a rake. You have a rake that you hold the pole of the rake, and at the end of the rake, there's a bunch of prongs. So think of that as a tube of water running, a pipe of water running through that pipe, and then a bunch of smaller pipes at the end of it, dispersing that water over a larger area.
That's very good, Michael.
Yeah, that was a really good description.
You explained it very well.
All right, so on condition 12 then, Michael, if they're not willing to move it and they do B, and then the study comes back and say, we can't really do B, then they have to go back to A, is that correct?
So, well, the options are necessary here because we really want, in condition 13, we're really trying to push for that direct connection. This is very similar to a discussion that we had with the Kimblebridge
Yes.
Toll Brothers application a few months back. And so we really like to make those, not have these things daylighted. We want to make the direct pipe connection going one pipe directly into another. The problem sometimes is that the drainage easement is on someone's private property, and it really is up to that private property owner to negotiate with the developer and to allow that to happen. And sometimes that private property owner does not want to be impacted with that. And so that's why they're going to have to negotiate, have to secure an easement from either Gransley or Harrington Falls. If they're not able to do that, then they will use a level spreader or some kind of technique in order to outfall the water, to disperse, let that water release from the stormwater facility.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. Michael, just to follow up on the stormwater questions, a comment. I love all the detail in the conditions around the stormwater management. I think that's very, very helpful for us to understand all the different checkpoints in regards to how it's planned to be managed. On number 11, the downstream analysis shall require evaluation at each release point and at each choke point between the site and the 10% study points. I haven't seen that condition before, and so would you mind giving us a little bit more insight in sort of layman's terms, what that actually means?
Sure.
Thank you.
So that is a requirement of any development. It's technically, that's in the code anyways. We just wanted to make sure that it was clarified to the applicant. Basically, what we're doing here is, what the code says is that 10% study point. What that is this property is, I think it was, about 5.7 acres. So the area that you are studying, this property represents 10% of the area that you're actually studying. So you're actually studying an area that is 57 acres. So you're looking at this whole 57-acre property, and then when it talks about choke points, you're looking at how the water is flowing in that particular area, and you're looking for choke points along the route of the water flow. So are there areas where a driveway passes over a ditch, and that there's a pipe at that location. We want to make sure that there's not so much water flowing through that area that it overtops someone's driveway, for example. Or it could be another pipe that's downstream from this property. Does that help?
Yes. So basically what I'm understanding is that the analysis is not just on the 5 acres.
It's a much larger area. This site represents 10% of the area that they're looking at.
Understood.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, that's helpful.
Any other questions? Well, no further questions at this time, Michael. You did very well. I'm very impressed with the explanation on the stormwater part.
I had a little bit of help.
We're going to ask the applicant to come forward and make a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission. Happy New Year. My name is Ethan Underwood. I'm with the firm of Miles Hansford Talent. Our address is 178 South Main Street here in Alpharetta. Mr. Woodman, as always, addresses the issues very, very well. And these are the issues that were presented to us at the community meeting as well. So we want to try to address how those responses have been made, and obviously we're advocating that this be approved for the R22. As stated, the R22 zoning category is recommended as an appropriate zoning category in this character area. If we go to the next slide, please. This shows the surrounding zonings, and we understand it was raised at the community meeting, and obviously you've been getting emails today questioning about the lot size. There is an R22 development in the area. You have R15 directly across the street. Now, you do have some older zonings. They're lovely at Gransley and Harrington Drive there. They are larger lots. So the question has come up, so why don't you do 1 acre lots? And respectfully, our client is looking to do the half-acre lots. We would suggest to you that it's a good transition between the R15 across the street and those other surrounding lots. Next slide, please. Now, obviously, this zooms into it. Next, please. And then we'll change the orientation. Next, please. I always like to show how we got to this, because always that arrow compass. Yes, we can, if you'll hit the next one. All right. And then one more, please. So this will actually clear it up a little bit more. So this is showing the access drive. Of what was particularly raised questions, we already addressed the lot sizes. Then people said, well, is this going to affect our view? What's it going to look like? Well, there's going to be change. We understand that this has only had 2 homes on it so far. So if you'll hit the next, please. As staff has recommended, and our client has agreed to, staff's recommending a 10-foot landscape strip along that eastern boundary against Gransley. We're scaling that from the back of the curve is approximately 20 feet. So you can put the landscape strip in, there's 20 feet of planting area that our client is happy to work with staff and with the neighbors on landscaping to build a visual screen. In the north portion of the property, you see, we'll get into the detention pond as well, but that is going to have to be landscaped. No one wants to see that. And we would also propose to you that that location is the best place so that it's not seen by either the residents of Gransley or the passers-by on Mayfield Drive. Next slide, please. There we go. This is the area that people had asked along Harrington and said, well, what's going to happen to this tract? This tract currently has a driveway that serves this property, but our client reached out to the owner of that, and they said they were not interested in selling it. Candidly, under your zoning code, I don't know what they're going to do with a 35-foot strip of land. I don't know that they could build it for anything. I don't know of any other user besides KJ Luxury that could use it for landscaping, but we don't have control of it. This property does have the easement, but there's no intention to utilize that driveway. That would likely be closed off, and we are going to continue to work with that property owner to see what we can do about landscaping that and increasing that buffer. But for purposes of tonight, that 35-foot strip will stay as it is. But we do understand the necessity of preserving trees, preserving the view shed along Mayfield Road. So our client is agreeable to all the staff conditions regarding the landscaping and to working with the neighbors in Gransley, particularly along the landscaping along their boundary as well. Now, the biggest question, what I've heard you all asking lots of questions about is the stormwater. It's important to note that there are existing drainage easements going through Gransley as well as Harrington. Now, these are overland easements, and I think what Mr. Woodman was saying was, well, we have to work with the neighbors to get easements. Well, to get underground pipe, however, our client already has a right to drain the water off the site currently, but it would go overland. And the way that works is, and we want to make sure that we put on the record here, the neighbors know, no one has a right to flood a neighbor's property. So the way your code works is it says that we have to do a pre-development and a post-development hydrology study. So before one spade of dirt is moved on this property, the engineers are going to have to go in and do the 10% study that Mr. Woodman was talking about and saying, okay, how fast is the water flowing off-site today? With that, you cannot, once the property is developed, once you have new streets, once you have new driveways, once you have new rooftops, the water cannot leave the site after development any faster than it's leaving today. So that's part of what your engineering staff and what our client's engineers are going to be working to make sure happens before the development occurs. With that, it's going to be held in a detention pond, which has to be located somewhere. The options that staff has put forward are clients agreeable to that bifurcated zoning condition. And what it would say is either A, you can put it and it drains to Harrington, but that's going to create an earthen bermed pond closer to Mayfield Road, which will be more visible, we think, frankly, more of a burden to the neighbors as well. What our client's proposing, what's on the site plan, is to put that stormwater as far back as it can on the north portion of the property. That will direct all the stormwater to be held in that facility on the north port. That pond has to be large enough, as we said, so you're going to have stormwater that comes into it, and it's going to have to discharge at a much, much slower rate than the water going into it, so that it hits that threshold that we've established with the pre-development hydrology study. So, in short, the pond that we're proposing, that location is the best for holding that, detaining it, letting the water get cleaned, and then it will be discharged at a rate no faster than it's running today. So if there are any stormwater or drainage problems that are existing, this actually should help that, because there'll be a place for it to be stored in that pond, and then again, it will be released at a rate so that it's not eroding neighbors' properties, it's not washing downstream into the Gransley Pond and causing problems there. Our client certainly would prefer a pipe to access, but we don't have that currently, so it's going to have to be discharged over land, and that's what your staff has included in your zoning conditions for that purpose. So with that, we understand neighbors' concerns, saying don't flood our property. Our client completely agrees. Your code protects that. Our client does not want the liability for that, and we're proposing that those conditions that staff has put forward will protect them. With that, the next question becomes landscaping. Our client is completely comfortable with the staff's conditions. And then finally, I think the one holdup that you all are hearing and probably going to hear about tonight is, well, why don't you do 1 acre lots? To develop this property feasibly, to be able to put in the roads, those detention facilities, our client does need to get the 7 lots, and we're asking for the R22. With that, the variances we think are appropriate, creates more narrower right-of-way so that more landscaping can be installed, and our client is agreeable to all of the staff conditions as amended that have been presented to you. With that, we will reserve any time that we have remaining for rebuttal, and we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. I will just ask one quick question. Have you done the current codation hydrology study?
I'm sorry?
Have you completed the pre-hydrology study, or you plan to do it after the?
That's a component of the land disturbance permit process, so we don't do that at zoning.
So no studies have been done so far, and there are seven houses here. What is the footprint, square footage? Let's say the footprint, just not the
Footprint,
size.
our client is agreeable to minimum 4,000 square foot houses. So they'll be comparable with areas with 3-car garages, so they'll be comparable with homes in the area. As far as the footprint, you're probably looking at a minimum 1,800 to 2,000 square foot footprint to accomplish that.
The reason I bring this up is you don't expect a lot of runoff with these size lots in this area.
Correct. With a half-acre lot, you won't have a lot of runoff. There's going to be more runoff, or let me rephrase that. With structures on the property, it's not going to be able to infiltrate as much water as it does now. Now, Georgia Stormwater Code requires that that detention pond, whatever's built on here, has to infiltrate the first inch of stormwater. So it's going to accomplish several things. One's infiltration into the groundwater supply. Two is cleaning the water, which is water quality, and then water quantity control and making sure it doesn't just rush down the chute onto the Gransley neighbors.
Excellent. Are you and Mike engineers?
We hang out with a lot of them.
You're explaining very well. Thank you. That's all I have. Any questions for the applicant? You have two so far.
Just two quick questions.
Sure.
Mr. Underwood, did I understand you to say that the conditions that staff presented tonight on condition 12, you are amenable to those conditions, to that condition?
Correct.
Correct,
With the
okay.
A and B choices?
Right.
That's correct.
All
yes.
right, thank you. And then also, can you give us some insight on what type of price points are the developers looking at for this particular development?
They're going to have to be $1.2 million plus. I'm trying to think of who knows, because we are starting to see some construction costs coming down. And land's not, but the construction materials are coming down, but they're going to have to be at least $1.2 million plus.
Starting at $1.2 million. Okay, thank you.
Have another question?
Yeah, a quick question, and I understand, now I completely understand, as I looked at the property, I did not quite understand that strip of land, so now I get a little bit hundred. So the driveway that's currently there would be, I know it's not your property, but how do we make that curb cut? And what would happen, is there any potential to continue that sidewalk? It just seems kind of like a weird, I know it's not your property, but what happens to that driveway? Because it is confusing.
That's honestly a good question. It is an easement that our client has a right to use, and they have to maintain it. I don't know that we have a right to go grade up the driveway and make it go away without the consent of the property owners. We can certainly work on that between now and city council to try to get you a more definite answer, but I don't know the answer at this point.
Okay, and on the curb cut that's for this proposed, you know, I've got the sidewalk, I understand the landscape buffer on the street and everything like that. Is there going to be a left turn option out of there?
Our understanding is yes, you could make a left turn out of that. Obviously, the Public Works is going to have to approve whatever design as far as site distance and also the minimum separation between that and Gransley Drive.
That was my next question. I'll ask Michael that. Okay, thank you.
I did have one other, I had a question too. On the retention pond, when the water goes in, is there a pipe? Did you say there's no pipe out? It just comes in the retention pond and gradually, diminishes, or is there a pipe where it's?
There will be yes. So there'll be catch basins that are catching water along the access drive and in the fronts of the homes. There might be swales that are put in, which is, I'm from Tennessee, so we call them ditches up there, but it's a ditch along the back to route the water toward the pond as well that's not going up into the catch basins. Those catch basins are going to pipe the water to the cul-de-sac and then into the pond. So you'll have a head wall where the water comes into the pond. At some point, the water will be discharged through another pipe out the back end of the pond, but then that raises the question that Mr. Woodman was discussing, saying, okay, if it's got to somehow go from pipe to overland flow, how do we do that? We may end up having to put in the spreader at that point.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Having just walked that lot myself, I noticed that the land crests at the midpoint, about halfway back from the street to the far northern end.
Yes.
Given then that the water's going to run potentially in two different directions, how are we handling runoff that runs towards Mayfield?
We expect that grade is going to be dropped, so there is a high point in the middle. It's going to have to be
You're
brought down.
going to bring that down?
Correct, so that the water's all flowing away from Mayfield.
Okay. I also noticed it tends to slope. It's higher on the Gransley side than it is on the Harrington Falls side. So are you then also going to regrade it side to side so it's more level?
It has to be graded so that the water's flowing into a channel that we can get back to the pond.
Okay, so in other words, there's not going to be any need to make allowance for any runoff running in any direction other than from Mayfield to the back of the property?
Correct. That's what that's what your engineering department wants to make sure, or Public Works wants to make sure does not happen.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. So on this driveway, this gravel driveway, I'm a bit concerned because leaving it, so will it be still able to support a car? Like, is a teenager going to be able to drive behind those homes?
Our client does not want that either.
Right. I just see this being a potential security issue for both sides of these homes.
You're not wrong, and our client intends to landscape behind those homes as well, because they're going to have buyers buying very expensive homes that want nice landscaping. They're not going to want to see an old driveway back there either. We've just got to get permission to tear up that driveway, and as of tonight, I'm just not quite sure how to.
I'm just wondering, though, are you going to have, there's not going to be, all right, right now, I pulled in and there's a home there, and I parked my car there. So if you curb it and I can't get a car into that, right, that eliminates the ability for a car to drive up in there, right? You'll be doing that, correct? You'll be closing that?
If the city would let our client put a curb within the city right-of-way in front of that driveway, I don't think that our client would have any objection to that.
We can't do that?
We do have to provide access to properties from roads. We can't landlock them, so we do have to provide access to that property. Now, if that strip of land is purchased by someone else, maybe, I've heard I think in one of the emails that we received with some concerns, I think it was an email from a resident in Harrington Falls, or it may have been at the CZIM meeting. I had heard that a couple, maybe 2 property owners within Harrington had purchased that strip of land. I don't know if they intend to incorporate it into their property or what they intend to do with it, but we have to provide access to that property, to the road.
And our client's happy to give up their easement rights on that property.
Or at least gate it or something to secure that area. Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question, sorry, for the applicant. Like most of us up here, I also spent some time out at the site late this afternoon, and I recall in one of the emails that were received from, I think, a Harrington Falls resident, there was concern about the access point for the new subdivision and the proximity regarding the bend in Mayfield, and you can see it on the site plan. And I think you just said you expect there to be a left turn option out of this. Is there an decel lane as part of this development?
There does not appear to be enough room to install the deceleration lane. Once this gets through the entitlement phase and we go into the design phase, your staff is going to be looking at it and making sure, A, is a deceleration lane required? 2, is it too close to Gransley? Our engineers are saying no to both, but obviously your staff has final decision. And then 3, they're going to look at it and say, is a left turn allowed there under city standards? Our engineer is saying yes, but of course, your staff has to do that. But right now, the plan is to make a full access turn at this location.
Okay. I will have questions for staff on that. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, you want to ask a question to staff now?
I think we should move forward to public comment, and then I think we'll probably have some more questions.
During discussions. All right, I'll open this up for public comments. Anyone in favor of this application, please come forward. Okay.
Oh.
Seeing none, anyone in opposition, please come forward.
Yes, Jessica Hustadler.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Jessica Hufstetler. I'm at 12985 Harrington Drive.
Okay.
I just want to start off by thanking Michael for his thoughtful responses and his staff report, and you all for asking really great questions tonight that even us as landowners and property owners around didn't think to ask. I want to just start off with my greatest concern with this lot, which you've addressed and they've addressed a little bit tonight. But mostly it is about drainage from this new higher lot to the lower lots that fall. Gransley and Harrington are both downhill from this property, and both on septic. So septic leach fields have different needs than regular sewer lots do. So we'll need effective drainage on our lots. We'll need to make sure that our lots can dry quickly, our leach fields can leach in a way that gets all of that out of our tanks. So that's been one of my greatest concerns I've expressed to the developer and Michael and you all today, that I hope that can be addressed. Additionally, I just wanted to respond to the why do we want 1 acre houses behind us? So one, consistency is key, right? We want to make sure that there's not like a bunch of houses in between acre lots around us. But also, because of the septic requirements and our neighborhoods, we are on those acres because we have to be able to move our septic if something happens to it to new soil. And so we are on acre lots. We would hope that those would be on acre lots or have septic or have some of those same requirements that we have for consistency purposes. I think those are the 2 greatest concerns I have that weren't already addressed tonight. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Jody Rude?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My concerns
Please state
about
your name and address for
my
the record.
apologies.
Name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jody Rude, 12955 Harrington Drive. That's the first house in Harrington Falls. I also own that 35 feet of land behind the first house in Harrington Falls and the second house in Harrington Falls, which was purchased from Ram Development a few months ago. So that driveway is actually on my property. I plan on leaving that driveway. At some point, I will fence that. I will put a gate in that's consistent with Harrington Falls because that's where I live. And I will probably put a 3-car garage back there if I'm allowed to do it because I like cars. So that access is very important to me. That is titled separately because of that access. But that's not really why you guys brought that up, so that's why I figured I would address that. Jessica owns the other part of that 35 feet with her husband. My issue is the same, septic. I've already had a flooded basement because of leach lines. There's too much runoff from that property as it is, and it's not built on. It was 2.5 months before I could use my property again. Fulton County threatened to condemn my property because we couldn't use it. We had to have multiple people out there wanting to install curtain drains around the property. The property behind those homes continues to stay at least moist during almost all times of the year, except for when it's really, really dry. That land does not perk very well. There was only one other place on my property that could even have a leach field. So I think by this density, with 7 homes on those type of acres, all the hard surfaces, you're looking for a problem down the road for the developer or for Alpharetta when we can't use those homes, when we can't use those septic systems. And I looked into having sewer installed. Unfortunately, it's part of a watershed, at least where we're at, and the basements are lower than the access point to the sewer lines. So that would require a pump, and the city of Alpharetta and Fulton County will not allow a pump into a sewer system. So you're looking at long-term problems with 7 houses on this, because these leach lines are going to fail. They were also installed about 2 feet deeper than the manufacturers recommend, because the gentleman in Fulton County that is now retired, he wanted them that depth. So they're all plastic, they're not metal. You're just looking at long-term problems. You need to go back to a lower density for these homes there. I'm all in favor of that being developed because it is an access point for kids. It's an access point for coyotes to be back there. I don't like that. I'd rather have it developed, but 7 homes on that when everybody around you has over an acre home in 5,000 square foot houses, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't know why you would want to do that. I don't know why anybody would want to do that. It just looks bad. mean, everything on the other side of the street's different, but all these new developments there, they're all over an acre. And there's not septic really close. It has to come from Hearthstone. So, that's really all I have.
Thank you
Proceed.
for your comments.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Fred Manheimer. I live at 12864 Gransley Court. I'm the original homeowner there 9 years. Would it be possible to put the site plan up again showing where the retention pond is? So I too have several concerns about the drainage, and they've done a great job talking about stuff I don't know about. But I am very concerned for several other reasons, so I have some concerns and some comments. If you could perhaps maybe turn it. So my home is Lot 6. Lot 6 is directly, probably, as far as I'm standing from you, Francis, that's how far my backyard, my pool, my kids are going to be from this new retention pond. Needless to say, I'm pretty upset. When we bought these homes, they were told that this land, this piece of land, you can't build on it. When this developer bought this piece of land, he initially advertised one house on there. Then he advertised 2 houses on there. Now we're here today trying to bail him out and put 7 houses on there. You know, I don't think it's in the community's best interest, and I don't think it's the Planning Commission's job to bail someone out who made a bad investment. And that's really what's happened here. Everyone's for the land being developed, but that density doesn't work. And that retention pond this far from my backyard, I'm concerned about mosquitoes, I'm concerned about odor, I'm concerned about my property value. So I'd ask you to consider that and come walk in my property. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in opposition? Seeing none, I'll close this for public comments and ask the applicant if you'd come back for rebuttal and address the issues that were mentioned during the public comment.
Sure, thank you very much. I think what was highlighted by Ms. Hofstetler was important, saying consistency and looking for other houses on septic. Our client is actually intending to utilize and has been working with city to utilize sanitary sewer. So we understand that's a concern. That actually should alleviate the concern with their septic systems if this development goes on to sanitary sewer. With that, there's additional cost, which is why our client is looking to do the larger or the smaller lots, if half-acre lot is a small lot these days, but to utilize the sanitary sewer system for that purpose. That actually will relieve these drainage concerns, and as I noted earlier, the fact that this property will have a detention system that it does not have today should help these neighbors with soggy yards. Right now, the water just goes where the water goes. But with it being controlled and directed into that pond, that will allow those adjoining properties to dry, not have as much problem with their septic systems. And then again, our client is proposing that they would not have, they would be using sanitary sewer, so that would not be burdening them as well. With that, I would like, if I can.
Let me just clarify this point because it's important. Is there a potential to reduce the quantity and the rate of flow of stormwater after development due to the capture and redirection to the pond? Is that what you just said? And I said, is there a potential to do that?
Well, the answer is yes, and probably the best thing to do is be to introduce our engineer, and he can answer the technical questions.
Okay.
And so I'll bring him up.
So that's important because of the points that were just raised.
State your name and your address, please.
Yeah, I'm Mark Miller with ACR Engineering, 600 Pinnacle Court, Norcross, Georgia. We've done some preliminary engineering on this project as part of the rezoning, and we believe the detention pond in the the north end of the property is the best place for it. There actually is an existing pipe on the Gransley property, just 10 feet off of our property. It's in an easement that's accessible to our property, and our intent is to tie into that. So there really will be no overland flow from the detention pond. This property really drains off in all 4 directions, and we're going to collect it so that in the 3 directions that there is no detention pond, we'll reduce the amount of runoff area going to those. So there'll be certainly no increase in runoff, and then we'll collect it in the pond and discharge it into the existing pipe system there that ties into the Gransley detention pond. And we'll do an analysis of the Gransley pond as part of our hydrology study. The cities said they're going to require that. So, and then also we will have a sewer on this property. You know, it'll be an expense to go down Mayfield Road to tie into the existing sewer, but we will have sewer here.
So the intent is not just to not increase the rate, but also to reduce the amount of runoff that is going to adjoining properties. Is that what you're saying? Because you're capturing it,
Yeah.
given runoff from the properties.
We'll reduce the area to the point where there will be no increase and probably a decrease in the amount.
That's what I was talking about, because that's the point that was just raised. Because of an additional runoff from the property, it can overwhelm the adjacent properties to the extent that their septic systems can be affected.
Right.
So if there is a decrease, that means there is no potential to do that. I just want to clarify that point.
Yes,
okay, thank you.
We were just discussing if it would make the planning commission more comfortable. The engineers tell me that he could commit to say that the discharge rate from the pond would be no more than 95% of the pre-development flow. Of the current flow. So in layman's terms, that means water is going to come off this property after development slower than it's going today, than it's running off today.
Thank you. Were you finished? Because I interrupted you. Your rebuttal.
Last but not least, with regard to detention ponds, those ponds do not stay full year-round.
They're dry ponds.
Yes, they're designed to flow and to drain within 24 to 48 hours after a storm event, so they're not keeping water in there that would cause mosquitoes or onerous smells, but our client's certainly willing to work with the city if they have any standards as to, for the maintenance to make sure that does not occur.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right. I closed public comments, but I will allow you to come back and add to what you said.
I just want to comment on this about the odor.
You need to talk to the microphone because it's recorded.
Fred Manheimer from Lot 6, and your comments about the odor and the mosquitoes. From what I've read, what causes odor and mosquitoes is sitting water, not moving water. And you were just saying how the intent is to have the water move more slowly, which is going to create more of an opportunity for water to sit and for mosquitoes and for odor. So, on one hand, you're going to slow the drainage to avoid the runoff to other areas. On the other hand, you're going to have water sitting there more, creating this other hazard. So you need to consider that.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to turn this over to the board for discussion and our motion. And if you need to ask any questions to...
Yeah. Yep.
That's fine. You can do that during discussion. Yes.
Michael, would you mind coming forward and if we could keep the site plan up there. Okay. So has our traffic engineer looked at what they're proposing as far as the entrance and left turn and whether there's a decel lane opportunity or not?
He certainly looked at the proposal, the site plan. However, he typically would not be looking at like line of sight or anything. You know, this is in a curve. The property is located in the curve of a road. So,
Right.
so that's usually looked at during the land disturbance permit process. So there'll be, Eric will require that they look at site distance to make sure that it is safe to make those various turning movements out of this new development if it was approved. But that's typically looked at during land disturbance permit. Typically, our traffic engineer would, with regard to a decel lane, I know that that was discussed. Typically, he would not require a decel lane for a subdivision of this size.
As far as the numbers of homes
The
are
number of
concerned?
lots, yes.
Right,
correct.
but given that the curve there, I mean, I think it's tricky. There's a few
Sure.
things going on there that I think would require perhaps some extra attention to ensure that it's a safe entrance and exit there. But, so what I'm understanding is what we're seeing here is not necessarily the final.
That is correct. There could be, when this is looked at, it could be that this needs to, the entrance may need to shift potentially, or the turning movement's restricted.
Okay. And then my other question is from the gentleman who is in, I think, Lot 6 in the Gransley subdivision. Are you able to give us distances between where this proposed stormwater detention facility is and the distance to his property line?
So I believe this is lot 6 here. The pond is in this location. This is lot 6. So the edge of the pond where the edge of the water will be, I'm not sure on this particular side because as you can see, there's walls on 3 sides of this pond, but not on this location here. There is a setback that's depicted from the property line to this point, and that represents 20 feet. And you're not to the pond as of yet because there is a 10-foot access easement around the pond. So there should be at least a minimum of 30 feet from any kind of edge of water to the property line here.
Okay. And then we have this is where we've got the 10-foot landscape buffer condition?
So there is a landscape buffer that the applicant had agreed to, yes, along this east property line here.
So from a view perspective, the landscape buffer should provide some privacy, right?
Correct. There's a landscape buffer that the applicant has presented in this, with this request. And then the city's code also requires landscape screening around a stormwater facility.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question on that same topic. My understanding is that the code only calls for the 10 feet between residential subdivisions. Is that correct? And they're allowing for 20 here, the applicant?
Are you referring to
Between
the buffer?
just over, with that, not that entire buffer between this applicant's project and Gransley is planned to be 20 feet deep, and I believe the requirement is only 10. Did I say that right?
So there's no requirement for a buffer residential to residential.
Okay.
What the applicant has provided, all the city's code would require along this property line is a 5-foot landscape strip.
Okay.
What the applicant has provided in place of the 5-foot landscape strip would be a 10-foot, basically a 10-foot landscape strip planted to buffer standards. So they're actually providing more than what's required by code. They're planting it to buffer standards so that it provides a visual screen. And what they mention is there's an additional 10 feet. So there's 10 feet here, and then there's another 10 feet to the edge of curb. So that's the 10-foot landscape strip that is required adjacent to the road.
Okay.
They could potentially, the condition and what is labeled on here is that they'll provide a 10-foot landscape buffer. They could potentially landscape that 20-foot area to buffer standards, but they had not agreed to that. They had only agreed to do the 10-foot to buffer standards.
is one.
Does that answer
Yep,
what
thank
you were going? Okay.
Hey, Mike, what is the status of the landscaping around the retention pond? I know we've had these discussions on the Planning Commission many times, what the retention pond looks like so the neighbor doesn't have to look into a concrete box, or what is the status of that?
It's required to have screening material, so it's typically at least 80% of the material has to be evergreen so that it remains.
Michael, this site plan apparently reflects a walled detention pond, but staff has recommended an earthen detention pond, which affects the dimensions.
Correct.
So if we're going to discuss how close it comes to adjoining lots, do we have to rework that estimate if in fact we stand by an earthen detention pond requirement?
Well, there's nothing in the conditions that say that the condition talks about a distance from the property line, and I believe that refers to where the outfall would be, or the level spreader. But it doesn't discuss how close the edge of the detention pond could be to the property line. You are correct that by removing these walls and doing an earthen bank, it will most likely enlarge the overall size of the pond.
Meaning that the boundary of the detention pond would be closer to the property line?
It most likely will become closer to the adjacent property lines. They could extend it this way, but, it possibly could be extended in all directions.
Thank you.
But again, they haven't done a hydro study yet, so I don't know that there's a real understanding of the size of pond that they really need. They probably have just estimated, which is typical at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? We are still in discussions, so motion. I just want to point out that the reason I was asking the questions regarding the reduction in the rate of flow is because this is, first, it's a dry detention. It's not going to retain water for how long would you say? Well, it depends on the size of the storm, but it's not designed to stay wet where you actually get mosquitoes, and it's going to be sufficiently buffered for aesthetics purposes and designed to meet or exceed state requirements for dry detention. So it would appear, and I use the word potential to reduce, you said you're going to reduce the rate of flow current by 90 to 95%, not by 95%. That was important because of the questions that were brought up by the neighbors regarding increasing the amount of water on their properties that will affect their septic systems. I can make a motion. I can if I hit.
Mr. Chairman, I will make a motion to approve Z-23-01/V-23-03 KG Luxury Homes /1580 Mayfield Road, subject to the following conditions, and note the change as noted by staff on number 12. All the staff recommendations, including the change to A and B as noted by staff on on number 12.
Second.
A motion has been made and properly seconded. Any further discussions? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand. Or in opposition? Motion fails. So the forward to the City Council is a denial of approval, but City Council, as I said earlier, makes the final decision. So come back on the 23rd and make your presentations to the City Council, and City Council will make the final decision. Next item on the agenda is Z-23-02/V-23-01, 92 Thompson Street condominiums.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. The next item before you is a rezoning request on 1.13 acres from office professional in R12 to downtown live work, DTLW, in order to construct a 5-unit for-sale condominium building. A variance is requested to allow a stream buffer encroachment. And I do have the location map on the overhead. The properties are 82 and 92 Thompson Street. This is at the northwest corner of Thompson Street and Kingery Lane. The proposed density of this project is 4.42 dwelling units per acre. Property is 2 parcels of land with frontage on Thompson Street. Both were developed with single-family detached homes. One of those homes was used for an office use previously, but they were developed as detached homes. Boise and the Rose are located to the north. The Moss property is located to the east. Cadence Bank is located to the south, and Alcovey Place is under construction to the west. The comprehensive land use plan designation of the property is mixed-use live-work, which allows the proposed zoning and use. As I mentioned, there is a variance request to allow a stream buffer encroachment. I'll show you that. You may recall that there was a previous application on this property for a condo building. That request did have more encroachment on the stream buffer than is proposed by this applicant, and they have reduced the density pretty significantly. I believe the last request was started at 12 units and reduced, I believe, down to 9 or 10 units. This is requesting 5 units. I think this is the best exhibit to show, to discuss the stream buffer variance. So the applicant is connecting, there's no curb cut proposed to this property. All parking is in the lower basement level of this condo building, and they are proposing access to that lower basement level structured parking through the adjacent property to the west. So what's labeled as, I believe I said Alcovey Place, what's labeled as Alcovey Alpharetta. So they would use this curb cut here, and then they would access the basement level here. So this access really dictates the placement of the building on this property. And so you can see the variance to the stream buffer is for, there's a very small portion of the building here that's in that impervious setback with the stream. The green highlighted areas represent the encroachment. So the building only encroaches, and I believe this is about 350 square feet in total. The area in this orange is an existing parking lot that encroaches almost up to the edge of the stream, and the applicant proposes to remove this impervious area. So actually, at the end of the day, if this is approved, they will have a net decrease of impervious area or impervious area encroachment on the stream of about 3,000 square feet. So they'll remove all that area, and then they have this small encroachment here. They also have a pervious paver amenity patio in the back that is positioned within that impervious setback. The only area where they encroach into the actual 50-foot buffer of the stream is with a retention wall. So there's a retaining wall that holds up the site. If you're familiar with the site slopes significantly from Thompson Street down to the stream. So they have a retention wall, which is what this green area that you see here is for that, that retaining wall. Go back to the applicant's site plan. So it depicts a 3-story building over basement level parking deck. Again, 5 condominium units accessed from the adjacent property. The first 2 levels of the building will have 2 units each. Each of those units are a little over 4,000 square feet. And then on the 3rd floor of the building is 1 large unit, and that's about almost 8,500 square foot for 1 unit. In that below grade parking deck, there are 21 parking spaces. And then there are 4 on-street parallel parking spaces depicted along Thompson Street. Downtown code, that's for a total of 25 parking spaces. Downtown code for the 5 units requires 13 parking spaces, so they are compliant. They're showing approximately 15% open space on the property. That amenity patio area is in the darker shaded area here. That other kind of grid-looking structure is the underground detention that is underneath that pervious paver amenity patio. They also have what counts towards open space on this property. So the Alpha Loop was already developed by the city on this property. So the Alpha Loop exists here, but it can be counted towards open space. The applicant is also creating a connection between the Alpha Loop and the sidewalk along Thompson Street, and that connection is depicted here. The city is only requiring an 8-foot wide connection. I believe the applicant shows on this particular plan a 9-foot wide connection, but 8 would be sufficient. They do show some stairs because there is a pretty significant grade change here. We do have in the conditions that they would provide a wheel groove on the side of the stairs so that someone using a bike can use that groove in order to get their bike up to the street. There are some trees on the property. However, most of the trees are in poor condition or have been deemed hazardous in some way. The best trees are right up along the street, which will be, there's a dogwood that's going to be impacted with the implementation of the streetscape. So there's just no way getting around that particular save. So they're not, in this particular plan, the trees that will be saved on the lot are all within the stream buffer on the property, which represents more than 50% of the property in the areas that won't be impacted with that stream buffer variance. I did have a question, I'll just bring this up. I did have a question from Commissioner Richard about the difference in height. And so, when this item came before this board, gosh, it might have been a year ago now, there was a lot of concern that we heard at that time, of course, about density of that proposed building, but also the height of this building from the Alpha Loop, because the Alpha Loop is sitting closer to the stream, which means it sits lower than the building. The applicant did provide some elevations in comparison to their finished elevation of the building. So kind of where this patio is on the same level as the finished level of their parking deck. That is at an elevation of 1090. At this point here, directly across from the development on the Alpha Loop, they show that at 1085. So it's only you only sit 5 feet lower at this point. However, at this point, which is much closer to the stream, you're sitting 10 feet lower. So someone sitting here, the building appears taller to someone that's standing actually closer to the building. I think you will see that in some of the renderings. So with the applicant's proposed impact to the stream buffer, they are proposing some mitigation with that, which will include replanting the area, and this is the replanting plan that they show for the buffer. They're also proposing additional runoff reduction in addition to what the minimum that the city requires. And then these are the renderings that these are the latest renderings that the applicant provided, which showed both the front and back. They did provide additional details in their initial packet, but they've updated the renderings since then, so I'll just refer to the front and back elevation that they've provided here. So this is the front elevation facing Thompson Street. The previous building had the massing was much larger on the overall building. As you can see here, they've taken a condo building and made it look like a series of townhomes instead of a typical condominium building. And then this is the back of the building, so this is kind of depicting somewhere out either on the Alpha Loop or I don't know exactly how far this is out, but it actually looks like it might be kind of hovering above the stream looking at the property. This is that amenity area that they show on the site plan. Of course, we looked at the applicant's, reviewed the applicant's proposal against the review criteria for rezoning and variance. The zoning is consistent with the future land use designation of the property, and we believe a variety of residential types will add to the character along Thompson Street. Of course, their proposed density is much less than any of the other approvals along this particular street in the downtown. There's maybe a couple that in the downtown that were a little bit lower, but this is one of the lower ones. We do note that the property does have some topographic challenges as well as the stream buffer impacting more than half of the property. So we do believe that there's some hardship. The connection, access to this property through the adjacent property really dictates the placement of that building. So we do believe that the variances can be supported. The applicant indicated that they sent letters out to properties within 500 feet. They held a group meeting, let those residents know about a group meeting. They indicated in their citizen participation report back to us that residents from Academy Park, Midwick, West of Main, and Boise were at those meetings. There were some concerns voiced regarding the impacts to the stream buffer, but the applicant felt that the feedback was generally positive. This was also shown to the community zoning to the public at the community zoning information meeting on December 14th, and there were no public comments on the request. Since the applicant provided their citizen participation report, they did have a meeting with Academy Park Board of Directors yesterday on January 4th, and we did forward the email and letter from Academy Park to the Planning Commission. And Academy Park is here this evening, and I will let that gentleman present the conditions. But there are 4 conditions that Academy Park is asking Planning Commission to add to the conditions. Staff is fine with those conditions being added, and the applicant, I believe, is fine with those conditions being added if approval is recommended this evening. And with that, staff is recommending approval of the applicant's request, subject to the following conditions. Condition 1 is the site plan specific condition, rezoning to DTLW and tying it to the Travis Pruitt and Associates site plan revised 12/16/22. Condition 2 addresses the architecture and materials and ties it to the renderings labeled Exhibit A. The downtown consultant did have some comments for the applicant on the renderings. They were not substantial, and the applicant's already addressed some of the comments. Just want to acknowledge that there are some additional comments that they'll need to address prior to going forward to DRB for final consideration. Condition 3 is the Thompson Street streetscape requirements. Condition 4 addresses the trees required in the planter along Thompson Street, as well as in the 10-foot landscape strip behind the sidewalk along Thompson Street. Condition 5 addresses the open space that is shown on the Travis Pruitt and Associates Plan 12/16/22. Condition 6 addresses tree removal and ties it back to that site plan, which does identify which trees would be removed. Condition 7, developer shall identify and save additional tree groupings and trees of quality as approved by staff. Condition 8 addresses the Alpha Loop connection between the Alpha Loop and the Thompson Street sidewalk, and how that area is improved, of course, providing a public permanent easement under that, and as I mentioned before, the bicycle access stair ramps along in the areas where there are stairs. Condition 9, fences and walls visible from the public right-of-way shall be decorative. 10, prior to the issuance of an LDP, the developer shall provide the city with an engineering justification showing that the proposed Alpha Loop connection and existing channel along the eastern property line will function properly. And so that addresses, let me just show you that, I forgot to mention. So there is an existing drainage swale along this eastern property line that drains down to the stream. And so it's basically an open swale or ditch currently today, and they're showing a pipe. So there will be a pipe there. They would need to pipe that in order to build that path, that connection path over top of it. Utility structures, head walls, et cetera, shall be finished with decorative stone where visible from the Alpha Loop as approved by DRB. 12, stream buffer encroachment shall be permitted as depicted on the site plan by Travis Pruitt and Associates, revised 12/16/22. Condition 13 is our standard condition, which provides staff the flexibility to work with the applicant to mitigate the stream buffer encroachments. Basically, it has A, B, C, and D. Basically leaves that up to staff to approve. The applicant has already indicated that they would provide both runoff reduction, which is identified in A, as well as buffer enhancements or replanting the buffer, which is in condition B. And C and D are just additional items that we always include in that particular condition. And then condition 14 allows for one of the residential units to be rented. And that concludes the presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions for Michael?
Yes, Michael, thank you very much. Thorough. I did have a question on number 13, and I understand providing the options, certainly. One of the things is that the buffer enhancement, could they just pick A and not have to do the buffer enhancement? Because I think looking at that property and walking it, there's a lot of that along down to the stream that could be improved from a vegetation standpoint. So I'd be afraid by having those options, we're not getting that guaranteed.
So the applicant has proposed both runoff reduction and replanting the buffer as part of this application. So in this particular case, staff at LDP will require both of those. Okay. So they would not be able to do just one or the other. We've just tried to standardize this condition so that it does give some flexibility for staff to work with the applicant. Some of these things are unknown until they study them. So we do want to provide a little bit of flexibility.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that we were having a way to integrate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Michael, quick question. How does the access through the Alcovy lot work? Is there an agreement or an easement or?
That's probably a better question for the applicant. Of course, they would have to have some easement in order to traverse that property, but certainly that might be a better question for them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Michael, can you put the site, and we do have it up there. There is a detention wall or retention wall that you called out on the site plan. Can you speak to the height of that and the finishing of that?
The retaining wall is depicted, kind of starts here and runs along here. We don't. We do talk about in condition number 11, utility structures, head walls, et cetera, shall be finished with decorative stone where visible from the Alpha Loop. It's probably it would have been understood by staff that that et cetera would have applied to the retaining wall, but it wouldn't hurt to add the term retaining wall in that area, maybe after head walls.
Okay.
They do they do depict that wall, I believe, in the rendering elevation at the rear. Yeah, it's a little bit difficult to see here. I don't know if you can see it. It appears to be either brick or stone that they're showing there, but we may want to ask the applicant about that, but staff would recommend that that would be a decorative wall, brick or stone.
Okay, and do we know what the height is of it?
I don't have any information on the height, but I believe, well, actually, let me take, before I say that, they may have provided that on the elevation information that was provided.
I have to compliment the applicant. The renderings are fabulous, and there's a lot of them, but as I went through them, I didn't see that called out, but I may have missed it, so not sure.
Yeah, so when we did ask them to give us some elevation points, we don't have an elevation point on the other side of that wall, Commissioner Richards, so we may want to ask the applicant about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right, we're going to ask the applicant to come forward and make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the commission. My name is Jeff Pittman. I'm with Piedmont Real Estate Group. We're a development company centered in Woodstock, Georgia, and work in the North Atlanta area. I represent the owner tonight, 92 Thompson Street, LLC. The principal of the owner is here, Paul Gibbs, as well as two other members of our team, Eric Richards with Market District Development, who is the developer on 110 North Main Street here in Alpharetta, and Brent Thomas from Travis Pruitt, our civil engineer. We're all here to be available to answer any questions that you may have. As has already been stated by Michael, we have reviewed the conditions provided by the staff in their recommendation. We accept all those conditions. In addition, he mentioned that there were several meetings that we had for public input, informal and formal meetings. There was a set of conditions provided in our most recent meeting with Academy Park that they intend to present, and I think you have a copy of those. We've accepted those as well. So there's no dispute about any of these conditions. There's no real concerns. We are more than open to exploring any of the issues relative to the design and so forth that you mentioned tonight about the walls and so forth. So we've got not a lot to say. I do want to ask Paul Gibbs to come. He is the primary owner of this project. He will also be a resident of this project. He intends to move here. So as such, he has a different motivation. Instead of just being a developer, he actually will be an owner in this project. And he would like, with your permission, Mr. Gibbs would like to address and kind of give you his ideas behind the project, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Okay, good done.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, Commissioners. So, as Jeff mentioned,
You can state your address for that.
Paul Gibbs, currently I'm 3065 Bellingrath Boulevard in Roswell, Georgia. Hopefully a future resident of Alpharetta, Georgia. So, just give you a little bit of the story. As Jeff mentioned, uniquely I'm both developing and hopefully a resident of this property. I know this came before you guys with a different developer back last year, and that's really how I kind of discovered the property. My wife and myself were looking to potentially buy if that were to be developed. As it didn't, we ended up taking the property and kind of created our own vision for what it would look like. But we had the benefit of having the city planning, kind of the conditions that they had gone through the work that developer had gone through. And so when we really took it over and looked to build our project, we were able to look at those conditions and improve on it right out of the gate. And that's what we did. We decreased the footprint. We reduced it from the stream, reduced the impervious buffer encroachment. We reduced the density. We think we created a prettier building that didn't have the massing from the Alpha Loop. So we really were able to make a lot of improvements right out of the gate. Worked really closely with Michael and the team and Kathy, and taken a lot of really good input from that team, and as well as the city architect, Andy. Been working closely with him, had some great input, and I think it's created a great product that we have in front of you guys today. So, again, uniquely, this is going to be my home. Nothing is more important to me than the community that I live in. That's why we've had a lot of talks with the neighbors, taking all of their input into consideration. The stream, the water, all of that is going to be my backyard, and they're going to be my neighbors. So I think we've put ourselves in a really good position to create a really unique product for Alpharetta and become good neighbors to those around us. So a little bit of background, and if there's any questions for me, I'll take them.
I'm not sure, are you the one that would answer the question about the height of the retaining wall? Or is that someone else on your
I
staff?
would hand that over to my engineer, Brent.
Okay,
He can address that.
great.
Well, I want to know if you're going to have the 4,000 square foot condo or the 8,000 square foot?
I'm guessing penthouse.
Yeah.
Enough.
Amazing.
And by the way, yeah, I've talked with people who are interested in taking the whole floor. So there could be 3 of us in the building. So.
That's amazing. It's a beautiful building. I like the second rendering. It's really pretty.
Thank you. Thank you.
You did a good
much.
job.
I appreciate that.
I'm sure for folks that are listening, they're going to want to know what sort of price points you're going to be looking at. Not for the penthouse, but for the other units. So
Sure.
can you share?
Sure. So right now, we're still working on budgeting, but for a 4,000 square foot, and the way we would develop it is we would develop it up into the point of the buyer would do kitchens, baths, finishes, and floors, because they're highly customized units. So we're just over $2 million for a 4,000 square foot, which includes 4 parking places underground. By the way, the parking garage is fully enclosed. No cars are seen from the outlet loop. It's fully closed. So 4 parking places, private elevator access, 12-foot ceilings on 4,000 single floor square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Would I bother you with the question of how is it going to work with that access through the Alcovy lot?
Yeah, we have an easement. That was a great question. And so we have an easement with the Alcovy development next door.
Perpetual?
A perpetual construction easement as well as residential entrance.
Oh, okay, so there would be no chance that that easement then would be interrupted for any reason?
That's correct. It's a perpetual easement.
Thank you.
One tag-on question is, maybe I missed it. Is it gated? So like there would be 4 cars trying to pull in at the same time, it would back up into the alcove? Is the parking entrance?
Yeah, it's a high-speed garage door. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Then that's all I need to know.
Yep. Anything else?
All right. Seems like that. Those are the questions or the only questions at this time.
Well, actually, I'd like to ask the
Engineer.
engineer. Yeah, if you would mind coming forward.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Brent Thomas. I'm with Travis Pruitt & Associates, 4317 Park Drive, Norcross, Georgia. I'm prepared to answer. It seems like stormwater is a big discussion, and I'm not always asked to present at land use public hearings, but with the stream buffer variance component to this case, it's certainly an important factor. To address your immediate question with the height of the retaining wall, obviously it's going to vary. I think at the highest point, it may be as tall as 11 feet. That jumps out as a tall number, but Michael, when he gave his presentation, alluded to the existing topography on the site and just the nature of the drop-off between Thompson Street and the stream banks. So the patio basement level area, and I don't know if it's possible to pull up the site plan. It may be a little bit easier to explain. No, not possible if I move over here. you, Michael. So the basement level parking area as outlined by Michael is the same elevation as this patio area, and beneath this patio area is where we'll have the underground stormwater management system for this development. So the basement elevation is primarily driven by the elevation of this existing driveway. Now, the owners do have a relationship with the subdivision to the west, so I think there, to an extent, is some flexibility to repave a portion of that existing driveway to try to get our patio and basement area as low as possible so that the basement is limits the amount of fill on this retaining wall, creates a more level height of the basement level with that existing alpha loop, and also, due to the floor-to-floors, creates a flush first floor elevation with the grade at Thompson Street. So all of that kind of ties in together, and then obviously with the stormwater management facility, you know, with its runoff reduction component, it's likely to have an infiltration component. That infiltration component will reduce runoff for small rain events to essentially a value of 0. Will be a wet volume stored underground that isn't allowed to release, and as over 48 hours, it will drain into the underlying soils. So practices like that, while very promoted by jurisdictions in this state for recharging the groundwater table and reducing the amount of runoff that leaves the development, it's not something that we want to do in incredibly close proximity to a building and the footings for this structure. So there is, you can see that we have a gap here between where the stormwater management system will start and the building wall will be. So we have some space there where the wall is kind of driven on the high side by what's going on with the building and what's happening with the existing driveway. And the grade at the bottom of the wall, that's existing grade. So when I say 11 feet, that's where we're getting our patio elevation from our neighboring driveway, and the bottom of the wall would be the existing grade down by the stream. So,
Highest point is 11.
Sorry?
Highest point is 11.
Yes, yes, at the highest point. There will be some transitions along the east and western ends, but it's relatively flat east and west on the existing grade at that point. So.
You mentioned the underground stormwater facility. So based on the location, I'm assuming there's easy access for regular maintenance and inspections and that type of thing?
Absolutely. The city of Alpharetta is a part of I'm not sure if it'll happen at certificate of occupancy, or during land disturbance permit, they'll require review and approval and recording of the maintenance agreement for the pond. This being an underground system that needs to accomplish a lot of volume to provide the amount of stormwater management we'd like to provide within a relatively small footprint on this site will need to be a proprietary device. I think we'll have multiple options. I have worked with a manufacturer on a preliminary layout for this particular system. But certainly we know we can accomplish it in that footprint, and these particular systems will have specific maintenance activities and schedules and checklists that will need to be included in that maintenance agreement that gets recorded with Fulton County Clerk of Court upon City of Alpharetta approval. So what's not necessarily depicted here is that there will be access ports throughout for vacuum material to be able to access the facility, and also for inspections to view any sediment accumulation or otherwise. I will point out that from a maintenance standpoint, a lot of underground detention facilities may require more frequent clean out than this one's going to need. It's going to have a schedule that matches any system and meet the state and city requirements, but there's not going to be a whole lot of landscaped areas, a whole lot of parking areas. There's not going to be as much, small bits of gravel or other pollutants that may be on a roof. Essentially, most of the stormwater that's going to be entering this facility is going to be directly from the roof, piped directly from the roof, down downspouts in the building and then into the pond. So I don't foresee this being a situation where the pond accumulates sediment as much as in other cases.
Okay, I have another question, but it's not related to stormwater, but it is sort of an engineering question, so maybe hopefully you can answer it. One of the I've had some friends that have lived in condos on Thompson Street, and one of the concerns and issues that became apparent after build-out was that given a condo environment, you have upstairs and downstairs neighbors. The sound quality that was originally described that the units would have turned out to be very different than what they were originally told it would be. And so given the price points that we just heard earlier, I'd like to hear a little bit more about how that will be addressed.
With your permission, let me answer that question.
Sure.
The construction of this building is a steel frame building with an elevated concrete slab for each floor, meaning that there will be a poured slab for each floor. This is the best overall construction technique you can use for sound attenuation. It greatly limits, basically eliminates sound attenuation between floors. So this is what you see in high-quality commercial office buildings, medical buildings, where you really can't tolerate sound attenuation infringement like that. So it's a quality decision that we've made because we want to avoid the very issue you just raised. So
you're familiar with?
Absolutely.
Yes,
yeah,
okay.
Absolutely familiar
Okay.
with it. So we intentionally went in that direction because, to your point, if you're going to ask somebody to invest at that level, then there are certain guarantees and expectations that they have, and that's certainly one of them. And that's, to my knowledge, the best way to mitigate that problem.
I'm really happy to hear that.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
I did want to make another quick comment,
Sure.
if I could. We talked about the maintenance situation relative to the storm water facility, and because this will be entitled as a condominium, we will develop a capital reserve study for all the common elements of the building. So each one of those owners will be contributing to that capital reserve fund as a function of their association dues.
Mm-hmm.
So we will identify those elements, and at funding at closing, we'll have significant reserves to handle all the maintenance of those common elements for the future, including the required and really recommended issues relative to maintaining the stormwater facility. One thing that was not mentioned earlier by Paul, and it has nothing to do with what I just said, but and I don't think it was actually mentioned in Michael's report, but we think it's kind of important. There are two, both of those homes are served by septic systems, and they are within the stream buffer. So that is a significant improvement for the potential if it remained in its existing condition. Those will be professionally evaluated and removed as a part of our development process.
That's good to know, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? I'm going to open this for public comment, so in favor, please come forward. Saying, yeah.
Bob
okay.
Collins? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm for this. I think the plan is much better than the original. By the way, my name is Nick Recker. I live at 310 Banbury Crossing, Midwick, right off of Thompson, just a few hundred yards away. I like the plan. It's great. So a couple of questions. Where the cars come in through Alcovy into the underground, it's gated. The view from the Alpha Loop, as you all know, it's quite wooded today. It's quite serene and quiet as you walk there. Now, as you kind of come by Alcovy and looking up, you're going to see the cars kind of right there. And if they're backing up, and I don't know if the trash comes in through that way or not, it's going to add a lot of visual distraction, if you will. So I don't know if there's anything we can do around sound deadening or somehow blocking that entryway that from the loop, at least you don't see cars only about 20 feet away from the loop. The other thing is more around the finishing of the retaining wall. So as you're coming around the loop, coming around the loop, just want to make sure it's pleasing to the eye. It's whether it's covered with ivy or brick or something that looks nice, that again, it doesn't distract from the wooded nature of us walking through the Alpha Loop. And then finally, it's really the downstream effect, and I kind of deal with Academy Park with this quite a bit, because we actually are having a huge erosion issue right now down on our northwest corner of the property, right where we bought up with Academy Park. I'm actually having a study done now. We may actually have to outlay a lot of money to control that erosion. So my fear is a little bit just on the concern that what is this going to do if we put all this money into trying to contain the erosion that as it sits today, Is this going to change that, and then we're going to have to change another plan down the road and maybe have to spend more money to shore that up? So those are really the three concerns I have. Other than that, I think it looks great.
All right, thank you for your comments.
Sure.
Anyone else?
Bob Collins?
Good evening and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
My name is Bob Collins. I reside at 12504 Wexcroft Lane in Academy Park, and I'm also on the Board of Directors of the Academy Park Neighborhood Association. And tonight I've been asked by our board to provide comments to this rezoning and variance application. Over the years, the development of downtown Alpharetta has enhanced our community and attracted new businesses and residents, including me. Since 2014, the development in this area has also created downstream problems that are causing damage to Goswick and Hill Creek and further erosion to surrounding old grove trees in the 7-acre nature area owned by Academy Park Neighborhood Association, as well as other communities along the tributaries that eventually lead to the Chattahoochee River. Approval of any new development affecting this stream watershed will require implementation of remediation plans and additional corrective measures. To learn more about 92 Thompson Street's request, our board met with Mr. Gibbs and two of his associates yesterday, and as a result of our meeting, the Academy Park Neighborhood Association requests the following conditions be added to their request. One is that the design and construction of the proposed underground detention pond will exceed the regulations for capacity and functional standards. Two, that the developer and subsequently the HOA, via the covenants, will perform annual inspections of the underground detention pond and will timely remediate any deficiencies noted within 6 months after inspection. Three, that the developer will perform an upstream creek study from Haynes Bridge Road to Academy Park's western property, approximately 700 feet of creek, to identify the creek's current condition and prepare a long-term erosion control repair plan and more importantly, a timeline to improve and prevent further issues in their section of the creek as well as downstream. And then lastly is that the developer and subsequently the HOA will, via the covenants, agree to maintain the improvements associated with the project within the undisturbed buffer area, which include the retaining wall, landscaping, stormwater conveyance structure, etc., to sustain the aesthetics originally created by the developer. We would like to work with the community development staff so that these conditions can be added, and when done so, the Board of Academy Park Neighborhood Association will support the approval of the requested rezoning and variance. In closing, our board continues to encourage the Planning Commission, the mayor, and the city council to pursue stormwater management practices to address the challenges the city faces today and prevent subsequent issues from evolving as we continue to showcase Alpharetta as a vibrant place to live, work, and play. Any questions for me? Thank you for allowing me to comment.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else? Anyone in opposition to this application? Seeing none, I will ask the applicant to come forward for rebuttal. You can respond to the comments made. You can add anything you want.
Thanks. I guess no rebuttal needed without opposition, but just to make a couple of comments to Nick's comments, as well as the Academy folks we had a great meeting with yesterday. So just to sort of reinforce, got the stream issues. We're working that out with the Academy folks. We're going to do the study. and sort of what we're doing around our stormwater, the inspection, and the maintenance. So we're fully in support of being an active member of the community and a good steward of the stream and of the land around us and of all of our neighbors. So we appreciate the support that our neighbors are showing and the cooperation to work with us. That's all.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I forgot to mention during my presentation, at the very end of the day, I did receive an email from a resident in Academy Park. And she had a last-minute obligation and wasn't able to come this evening. But I just wanted to mention that we did print out her letter, and we gave all the planning commissioners a copy of her letter. It's from a Miss Sue Jacques in Academy Park. She does indicate in her letter that she has some concerns about the potential additional runoff into the creek. She does mention that aesthetically that this design of this proposal is much better than the previous. However, she does have some concerns with the overall increase of impervious surface on the property. She mentions that we have the option about mitigating the stream buffer encroachment. She refers to potentially requiring a bond that the city could hold to finance before and after runoff studies. And then she also had a concern about the underground stormwater management facility and maintenance of that facility with just 5 residents. I did want to make sure I failed to mention that during my presentation. Just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention.
And we do have the letter I just mentioned in front of us.
Chairman, may I ask Michael some questions?
Yes.
Are we in that section now, or?
I'll turn it over to the board for discussion and motion, and you can ask questions to Michael.
Thank you very much. So, Michael, I just wanted to clarify on condition number 9, it states fences and walls visible from the public right-of-way. I interpret that to include the retaining wall. So I'm not sure if or should the actual word retaining wall be in there?
You are correct. So
I
the
kind of
public right-of-way
thought
would be both Thompson Street as well as the Alpha Loop.
Right.
The only thing that I would say here, this all just refers to those being decorative, whereas condition 11 says that it be decorative stone.
Okay.
That's why it may be better to
Okay.
include it in 11.
Great, I just wanted to ask that. And then the other question I have is, in the site depiction, obviously fully grown out, lots of great vegetation. So I think one of the concerns we heard is with the lower parking deck, which is beautiful from a stone, but we've got some growth of, the ivy and stuff like that. Do we specify the shading, or not the shading, it's the screening, thank you, for the parking deck portion? Like, I can't really tell the cars coming in. Is there going to be a way to see them from the outside? I'm not.
It's probably, I think, all I can refer to is what I'm seeing in this visual. That might be a question that the
So
applicant
I just
might
didn't
want
know
to
if we needed
address.
to make sure we include language to screen the parking. It doesn't look like it from the drawings, but I would hate to not address that.
So I do see, this represents the parking deck level of the building here. So this is the top of the first floor,
Yeah.
right here. So you do see an opening here, and I would assume, and I am assuming, but that this opening possibly mirrors, they have another opening on this side. It does appear that there is a wall partially way up, so maybe that would cover any kind of headlights shining through. But that wouldn't be a bad condition to add. That there be sufficient screening to at least screen the headlights within that parking deck.
And what you would add a condition, Michael?
Yeah, you would need to add a new condition requiring that there be a wall in order or something in order to screen
Type of screening.
headlights.
I don't want to make the box too tight. I would rather have that approved by staff.
Sure.
So screening the parking garage open area, could use some help. Open areas as approved, to be approved by staff.
We can try to draft something up real quick.
You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so that would be my only thing.
Okay.
I have a couple of quick questions for you. Along the lines of the parking, so I'm just wanting to make sure that I understand fully the parking garage access will be the next door single-family home. There, it will be accessed through their access point.
Correct.
Do we know how many single-family homes are going to be in that? I know they're starting to build. I don't know what the number is, though.
It was approved for 7. I thought that they had lost a unit, but I'm not 100% on that, and I wasn't able to confirm. But
So
it was
7
approved for
max.
7 homes, yes.
7 max. So theoretically, 14, 20 cars from that particular, that's their only in and out as well, is that correct?
Correct, that is
Okay.
correct.
And then also with the 5 units here and obviously 10, more than 10 cars there, is that access point the only access point to that garage? There's no other way to,
This would be the only access point, yes,
Mm.
correct, right here.
okay. And,
And they show that, there's a basement level parking plan that they show here, so they show the exact, they show the striping off of the parking spaces in here, so you can see, comes in from here, and they can access parking.
and so it'll be, I think I understood it to say, the developers say that it will be a automatic, sort of a garage door, so key-coded access that, I'm sorry, Michael, that's not a question for you. I'll ask the applicant that question. But on the, one more on the retaining wall, if I understood 11 feet was the highest point, and maybe this is just part of code and it's not part of conditions, but don't we generally have a requirement where it's stepped?
Typically, if the retaining wall is over 16 feet,
Right.
is usually, that's usually what we've done. We've asked for the retaining wall to be tiered. So
Tier,
having,
right.
tiering the retaining wall. I will tell you, when we've added that condition, it's not where we've had a condition where we have a retaining wall in a stream buffer. Tiering that retaining wall would actually push it further or closer to the stream, which would potentially have more impacts to the stream. So in this case, given that it's not quite 16 feet, and there would be a condition for it to be decorative, I probably wouldn't recommend that it would be tiered, because that would push a portion of the wall closer to the stream and having more impacts to the stream, and that's within the actual buffer. But certainly, that is something that could be added.
So I'm just thinking, from a safety perspective, 11 feet drop, so there's no fence on top of this?
Well, there would have
There
to
would
be
be?
fall
I didn't see.
protection.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not depicted that they're providing fall protection, but fall protection would be required.
Okay.
Especially the fact that they do have an area here where people are gathering. Fall protection does not have to be a rail, though. It could be, you can use landscaping for fall protection as well. But that may be a question that you might want to direct to the applicant.
Okay.
Michael, I had a question. Looking at the recent comment from the Academy Park homeowner, where she remarks about possibly suggesting a bond to ensure that there's a before and after study and repair if necessary for erosion issues. Is that something that would be handled as part of this process, or would that be a direct negotiation between the two organizations, between the builder and this HOA?
I believe in this particular case, that would be something that the applicant would have to agree to do. That will be something, the details of the mitigation and stormwater is really not ironed out yet, and it typically is not at this time, so that's going to be something that will be looked at during LDP. But this is just something that we received at the very end of the day here. I didn't have time to explore it with our stormwater engineer even know if that's something that we've done in the past.
Understood. I just didn't want to look past it if in fact it's something that should be part of this process.
I definitely intend to speak to our stormwater engineer tomorrow about this, and should she indicate that that would be a good suggestion, certainly we will have further discussions with the developer. And if we thought that it was something that was needed, we definitely would ask City Council to add that in the condition.
Just wanted to ask you, can you keep those two exhibits on that projector? Because I have a question for the applicant when you're done.
Sure.
You have a question
For the applicant when Michael's done.
All right. I think he's done.
So yeah, I guess I thought I was real crystal clear on the parking situation, but I sense that I'm not, and I want to be clear on it. My understanding, if you go to you can come over here and just flip that to I think he has the drawing underneath it that shows the driveway. Yeah. Okay. So my understanding right there, as people come down Alcovey Terrace and go into the garage through the door, the only time someone would see a car from, say, the Alpha Loop would be as they're coming down Alcovey Terrace. My understanding is once they pull through that door, the garage is not an open-air garage, right? You're going to have walls that cannot be seen through, correctly?
That is
correct?
That is correct.
So, okay. And by the way, I'm a neighbor of this property, so I live across the Alpha Loop from this property in Rose downtown. So I want to make sure my neighbors know that I asked that question. Thank you. That's all I've got. I will say we're in board discussion, correct?
Yes.
So I will say that, was it Paul?
Yes.
Spot on much improved product and presentation over the previous one. I mean, that entrance from Alcovey, I mean, like I said, I walk by the front and back of this property just about every day, and you're about as far from the Alpha Loop as you could possibly be. In fact, I think, I didn't do a survey, but it looks as if the back of the property that we see here, the back of the building, pretty much lines up with the back of the dilapidated 80-year-old house that sits there today, or two houses, correct?
Very close.
I mean, very close.
Very close.
So I think that's fantastic. You know, stream buffer mitigation, we don't ever often hear about net decreases of feet of encroachment by 3,000 square feet. I think that's really good. Building the connection to the Alpha Loop. Between the Alpha Loop and Thompson Street, 8 foot is required and you're doing 9. I think that's great. I think the product is fantastic. I already mentioned that. And then the collaboration with the staff. It's pretty clear, Paul, that you came in and the first one where you were going to buy didn't go well and you decided to buy and build and you worked with the city staff to get it right. So thank you for that.
Just by way of comment, the comments about the landscaping in and around those half walls, if you will, we're more than happy to accommodate that condition. As it relates to the height of the wall, that's an extreme height. There's an average that's lower than that. We don't have that number off the top of our heads, but it won't be 11 feet all the way across. So, and then also as it relates to that, we would be more than happy to enhance the landscaping to further shield the appearance of the wall if the commission and the staff felt like that was an opportunity. That's more than willing to make those accommodations to provide the best visual relief if it's needed.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir, just to clarify, with the Mr. Collins and the Academy Park conditions, you said before he spoke that you were in agreement with those conditions. I just wanted to clarify that after he read them, that is still the case. Perfect.
We thought we had a very productive meeting. We're supportive of all their conditions and more than happy to accommodate those.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve Z-23-02/V-23-01, 82 and 92 Thompson Street, subject to the conditions as read by Mr. Woodman. In dialoguing with my fellow commissioner next to me, we determined we did not need an additional screening requirement for the garage area, so I'm not going to include that. But on number 11, I'd like to add, after head walls, retaining walls, as we discussed earlier. So it'd be utility structures, comma, head walls, comma, retaining walls, et cetera, ... And then I'd like to add to that the Academy Park conditions that were agreed to with the applicant, the 4 conditions that were provided by Mr. Woodman, even though I don't have a typed copy in front of me. Do I need to read those? Okay. So that's my motion.
I second.
Motion has been made, properly seconded. Any further discussions?
I'd just like to say, echo a lot of what's already been said. It is vastly improved over the last go-around, and I think that it will set itself apart in regards to a product offering that we don't currently have. And I wish you all the best and look forward to being a neighbor, because I'm in Academy Park as well. So we'll definitely see you on the loop. If you've not, I'm sure you've been out there, you see how busy it is, and it is a phenomenal amenity, and I think that this condo product is well suited for it. So good luck.
I do agree with the sentiments expressed by the other commissions regarding the previous and current application. I tend to really look closely at any buffer encroachments. This is, I don't like to use the word insignificant, but it's greatly enhanced by the removal of the impervious parking lot and the improvement to the vegetation around it. So I do believe there is a case to be made, and I would support that encroachment also. If there is no further discussion, I call the motion. All in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. The council will consider it on January the 23rd. Thank you. Commissioners, we are halfway through the agenda. Do you want to take a break? All right. We'll take a 5-minute break. Need to stretch. Thank you so much. Meeting. All right, the next item on the agenda is CLUP-22-05/Z-22-15/CU-22-12/V-22-29 Storybook Builders, 31 and 51.
Sorry, Chairman.
Oh, I missed one, so that's my error. I went to the last one. And everybody's looking at me and not telling me until I finished. Let's start over. We're on C. MP-23-01/V-23-04 Meta/Windward Park.
Thank you, Chairman.
We're on the same page now?
Yes. The next
Thank you.
application, the map is shown to you on the screen, and the applicant is requesting a master plan amendment and variance to modify the residential housing mix to allow for 100 for-sale townhomes and 130 for-rent units in the 47.7-acre Windward Park mixed-use development. And a master plan amendment is requested to the Windward Master Plan Pod 66, as well as a variance requested to eliminate the neighborhood grocery requirement. I'll show you the site plan. The lighter area here, this is already built. This is the over 180 townhomes that exist. Of course, the infrastructure is already in place. This was built with the first phase of Windward Park with their approvals. The stormwater park is actually constructed also. Very nice amenity that's right in the middle of the property. And I'll put this up here real quick just to kind of show that space. And we are looking at changes to the remainder of the site. Of course, the townhomes that are developed, that are located already on site. The applicant is requesting really no changes to Site 1, which was originally an office, Site 2, which was originally an office, Site 3, 4, and 5 have changes. I'll show you what those are on the site plan. Site 3 is a request to add 130 rentals, and the rentals would be located over retail. There's a little over 10,000 square feet of retail in this building. They also have an 8,000 square foot standalone building that would be for retail or restaurant that's located at the corner. So that's a change from the original plan. The original plan depicted a mix. I'll show this site real quick. This was that Pod 3. Site 3, which was a mix of the townhomes as well as the standalone retail. So the change would be to the 130 rentals. They also have 100 townhomes that they're requesting as part of the approval. There is no change to the density. So the density is still the same. It's still the same residential density. It's a change from the configuration of having a condo building here that's located on this pod. They already had approval for additional townhomes, but it's a change from the condo over to 130 rentals. So that is the change that they're requesting. Has the same office building located at the corner of Windward and North Point, as well as the secondary office building that has not been built. And of course, I should mention the Hilton, the full-service Hilton has been constructed on the site, so that is in place. This is part of Windward Pod 66. So the Windward Master Plan was approved in 1988. There were changes in 2015. Again, the density that they're requesting is the same density, 8.7 dwelling units. Previously, they're requesting the change. The change does not involve a change in any of the previously approved density. And I do have some elevations, some renderings that they've submitted. I think that also helps to show the story of the massing that I'll show you. Of course, this is the proposed office building that's at the corner, the parking deck, the Georgia 400 Windward Park and Ride that's located just west of the site, and the office building that's proposed, as well as the townhomes shown in the yellow, the multifamily building shown in the orange, which wraps the required parking, and then the retail, of course, would be on the storefront streets. A few more renderings. Of course, this is looking at the townhomes as well as the rental building. You can see there's a cutout here, which is the pool and amenity area, and this is the existing stormwater park. And this is just a farther away view. You can see that the rental building is wrapping the pool and amenity area. And then additional elevations. And if you think about the Hilton that's already built, the renderings, the architecture, it's very similar to the existing architecture of the full-service hotel that's on the site. And of course, when we look at for-rent residential, we have to have careful consideration because there needs to be a balance between for-rent and for-sale product within the city. And our comp plan even has a goal that's listed within the comp plan that states Housing Policy 2, which is maintain a balance between owner-occupied and renter-occupied in Alpharetta such that at least 68% of the housing stock is owner-occupied. And there's different factors that we look at when there's a request, of course, for a for-rent product. Is it within a mixed-use development, the long-term viability, impacts to city facilities as well as services, as well as this traffic and the school impact. Windward Park is surrounded by several office parks, and of course there's 500,000 square feet of office that's planned within the development. So being part of a mixed use is very important to our consideration and our recommendations. And of course, location next to the MARTA Park and Ride. And you've probably seen what MARTA is planning with even the flyover and the improvements to that park and ride. So they do expect that to be a very heavily used and accessed park and ride, of course, for the millions of square feet that exist along Windward Parkway. And this is part of the configuration that they also have with the new trade winds that has been bid that will be another connection directly to the express lanes on Georgia 400. So this is an area, of course, that is planned for higher density, although they're not requesting an increase in the density. The city's rental housing study, which was updated in June of this year, of 2022, recommends an annual target entitlement of approximately 116 for rent units per year in order to achieve that housing policy too. And while the minimum 68% owner-occupied housing policy is included within our comprehensive land use plan, the annual target recommendation, that's not really a code, it's just a recommendation that we staff tries to make those recommendations, and the city usually adheres to that. The current U.S. Census American Community Survey 5-year estimates show that the city is at 67.7% owner-occupied, so our recommendation is the recommendation within that rental study, which is to recommend no more than 116 per year. So you'll see with our recommendation, we've kind of stretched out when a CO should be permitted if they're approved. The for rent unit it's 5 stories. It's completed in one phase, so this isn't multiple phases with the for rent. They have several amenities, covered parking, first floor active uses, resort style pool and cabanas, fire pit, grilling station, dog wash, so several different amenities. They plan a mix of studio, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units proposed. Size ranges from 600 to 1,200 square feet. And they would generate approximately 359 people, and that's just using the census data of 2.76 residents per household. Just multiplying that times the 130, which would generate about 359 people. Looked at the traffic, but with this request, again, in 2015, there's no change with the density. So the numbers proposed are similar to what they were proposed in 2015 with the amount of traffic. Schools, although there wasn't a density increase, we did reach out to the schools, and they did provide information that approximately 13 to 94 school-aged children could reside on the property, and that's for the 134 rent units and the 100 for-sale townhomes. They also meet the requirements for their open space, so they have a 15% requirement. They did include the open space map. Of course, this is part of a CUP zoning. It's not a mixed-use zoning. A little bit different requirements, but they do meet those requirements. So we looked at the criteria for master plan amendments, and it's specifically number one, whether the zoning proposal will permit a use that is suitable in view of the zoning use and development of adjacent and nearby property. And the zoning proposal we did find is consistent with the comprehensive land use plan designation of property that would meet the city's housing tenure policy in 2025. Of course, also adjacent and nearby properties are developed as office parks and a retail center. We didn't think that additional retail, this shouldn't be developed as a retail mixed use. There's a lot of retail in the vicinity and of course along Windward Parkway. And the location, having a mixed use next to Georgia 400 with a nearby access to the highway as well as MARTA, it just, with us and our review, our recommendation is to approve. Our recommendation for the variance that's requested regarding removal of the grocery store, we are not recommending approval of that request. We don't believe that there's exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular site that would warrant a variance to the grocery requirement of 3,000 square feet. So with our recommendation of approval, it does not include recommendation of that variance. We did have the citizen participation plan that's required, and the report submitted by the applicant stated that letters were mailed to each property owner, and the report states that no comments were received. We also had our community zoning information meeting that was on December 14th, and there were several public comments. Most of them were requests for additional green space, and looking at the addresses from some of those locations, they already live within the Caravel Townhome project that's part of this development. So they requested additional green space, and specifically children's playground was part of the request. I also received one email today that was from a resident within Windward that said that they believe that this was going to be too much of an increase and impact on the schools. They also stated that they believed it was a bait and switch, that this development would not have been approved back in 2015 if they had a rental component. So those are the comments that we received through the citizen zoning information meeting, as well as the applicant's outreach. We are recommending approval with several conditions. Number one, the site shall be developed substantially similar to the site plan prepared by AEC. Two, deals with the architectural style, and that's required to go to DRB, and we do believe that that fits in with the existing Hilton that's on the property. Three, has the development regulations for the commercial. It also has a condition requiring that there's a minimum building height of 24 feet, and that was specifically because they're showing this one-story building here at the corner of Dryden and North Point Parkway, 8,000 square feet. It's being depicted as one level, so we believe that at that corner it should be a minimum of 24 feet. It also states first floor retail uses in the for-rent building shall have a minimum height of 18 feet, very similar to what you see out here at City Center, the 168 rentals that are here. The first floor, 18 foot in height, so we put something similar. B, office use shall be limited no more than 500,000 square feet. C, the for-sale residential up to 100 for-sale townhomes shall be permitted up to 3-story buildings. No more than 10% of the units shall be rented, as stated in the HOA. D, the for-rent residential after January 1st, 2025, 130 dwelling for-rent units shall be permitted. Certificate of occupancy in accordance with UDC for-rent requirements. At-grade for-rent units shall be limited no more than 2 sides of the building and shall have walkouts with sidewalk connections. Maximum building height shall be 5 stories, and units shall be limited to studio, 1 and 2 bedrooms. For rent units shall be constructed concurrently with office use and neighborhood grocery, and a certificate of occupancy shall not be issued for rental units until a minimum 89,700 square feet of office and minimum 3,000 square feet neighborhood grocery has been constructed or is substantially under construction as determined by staff. For rent units shall be part of a mixed-use development containing a minimum 47 acres and incorporating retail, restaurant for sale, neighborhood grocery, and a minimum of 89,700 square feet of office. And of course, we come up with that number just multiplying it by the number of residents that will live within the 130 units. And that's something that we've required at other mixed-use developments, that concurrency. E deals with the parking decks for rent building and freestanding retail. Building on Site 3 shall have a minimum 30-foot building setback, including a minimum 20-foot landscape strip along North Point Parkway. 5, the areas shall be screened. 6, buildings with retail uses facing Windward Parkway or North Point Parkway shall not exceed 200 feet in length, excluding the for-rent building, which has the ground floor retail uses facing North Point Parkway. And 7, Windward Park shall be the uses that it's limited to. 8, minimum parking requirements for the for-rent units shall be as stated in the UDC Section 2.5. And 9, retail storefront streets shall include landscaping and foundation planters or large planted decorative pots as approved by DRB. 10, developers shall make reasonable efforts to save the groupings of sour woods and oaks that's on northwest corner of North Point Parkway and Dryden Road. Of course, that's the only area that has not been cleared because of the infrastructure that was put in. 11, open space shall be developed as depicted on the site plan prepared by AEC, revised 12/7/2022, including the amenities depicted on sites 3, 4, and 5. 12 deals with the swimming pool screening. 13, sculptures or focal point feature placed at the corner of Windward Parkway and North Point Parkway and at project entrances along Windward Parkway and North Point Parkway shall require approval by the Cultural Arts Commission. And 14, retaining walls shall receive architectural facade treatment or be heavily landscaped. 15, at least one rooftop amenity shall be required within the development. Restaurants shall include outdoor dining areas. And 16, deals with the landscaping. 17, areas between townhome driveways shall be landscaped with small trees and shrubs as approved by DRB. And 18, conditions of zoning related to file MP 1504, V 1508. Windward Point Pod 66 shall remain in effect except where modified by the conditions above. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to answer those.
Thank you. Any questions for?
Kathy, I have one. If in fact they're still required to build out a grocery store, looking at the site plan, where would be left to put it?
The grocery store would only be 3,000 square feet, so that's probably something that would be accommodated in the multifamily building on the first floor, or it could be something that's the standalone building that they're showing at the corner. Here.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. Yeah, Kathy, just a couple of questions. So I'm a little confused on that first section, sorry, site number, where you just pointed to, where the
Here.
rental component is. Yes. If you're trying to access that as a visitor, where is the parking for this? Is it the inside?
The parking deck
apartment
is,
complex?
yes, it's wrapped. It's similar
Okay.
to, if you think, probably the Teasley Place.
Okay, so that was the one question I had. I just was confused from the retail component,
Sure.
exactly where they're supposed to go, other than the flat office component on the corner, because I just didn't.
Yeah, and even City Centers is wrapped
Yeah.
somewhat with that
Okay.
deck on the front.
And then the other question I have is involving one of the conditions on the second page. Oh, it talks about the drive-through except as permitted in the 2015 conditions, because I'm looking at this I have no idea where a drive-through.
Yeah, the 2015 allowed a drive-through for a coffee shop. That was the only use that you were permitted the drive-through.
Okay, little tight. And then the last question I have is for the townhomes. Is it the previous plan, are those 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, was it called out in the previous plan? Does that stay the same as what was presented in 2015, or
I would
did
have
it change anything?
I did not look at that, the number of the bedrooms. Of course, going to
Carvel, I know, but I wasn't sure if it just automatically.
yeah,
was
so
built like
I'm sure they have a 3 and 4 bedroom and probably did previously,
that's
but I would have to look at that.
Okay.
A lot of times, of course, people are converting one of the bedrooms to an office. I do know, of course, you're reducing your bedrooms when they take some of the townhomes and condos that would now be converted to 130 rentals, because those are 1 and 2 bedroom versus the 3 bedroom plus.
That's where I was driving to, that
Yes.
head count, bed, pillow
Yes.
count.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kathy, on the, looking like they want to build 500,000 square feet of office, what is the unoccupancy rate? And I know we've talked about this before. There was on, is it Old Milton Parkway, a couple of buildings that are empty.
Brookside?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brookside. Yeah,
Which is
what's the
changing.
status of that?
Yeah, so there's a lot of changes also at Brookside, and some of those buildings are completely full. Now, some of them are not. So there's a lot of subleases. So of course, you have companies that decided they wanted to completely work from home, but what we're seeing is some of those are coming back. Currently, the vacancy at Windward is 16%. A year ago, it was 13.7. 10-year average is 9.4. But you also have, looking at downtown, it has the lowest vacancy rate that it's had in over 10 years. So you have areas that have higher vacancy, but with the downtown, of course, you're looking at buildings that have, 5,000 to 10,000 square feet of office space. So it's smaller spaces which are easier to rent, to lease. But this is similar. I mean, what we're seeing now is not as high as what we saw after, say, 9/11 in 2001. I would say it's very similar to what we saw during the recession, 2007, 2008. So, of course, that bounces back, and we don't really plan, on that current vacancy, because it does. It waves. It ebbs and flows. And we don't know what the fallout, of course, from COVID will be. I think just to add to that, over the last couple of years, there's been this big rush to maybe convert office buildings to residential. So over the last couple months, others on my team, we've met with some of these developers that we found, within the Atlanta Business Chronicle, or some of them were with Florida, Texas, to learn about that. And they're thinking it's mostly a trend, and it's very specific about where you locate these buildings, because the buildings would have to be under $20 per square foot to lease them. These buildings in Windward are still $26 plus, so you lose a lot of the square footage with an office building. So I know you didn't ask me all of that, but it was just interesting, kind of what we're learning about the office market and the conversions.
There's the projects going in over at Haynesbridge and 400. I can't remember it, but it's being developed now.
At Lakeview is what it's called.
Yeah,
Tech
yeah.
360.
Yeah. What's this about? How much office is going in there? Do you remember?
That one, I'd have to look it up. Maybe it's 500,000 square feet. And of course, they already have one of the buildings built, Colonial Pipeline, that's located there. And, yeah.
Go ahead.
So last question, I apologize for tagging on. So looking at this plan, 2 questions. The existing detention pond is that green space that's currently developed, shown as the elbow in the middle.
Yes.
Is that underground or is that it?
No, it's above ground. And I have,
That is the detention?
yes, now they have additional detention. They'll have detention underground here.
Okay.
And then also, they'll have separate detention when they do build a office building here that will be underground.
And then the last question I have, I don't see anything, and a public comment did come in today about amenities. You know, I actually went and watched one of the school buses drop off for Carvel, you know, full plus maybe a second could have been needed, in my opinion. So there are a lot of kids in this community, and there's no playgrounds. I see a pool, got that. You know, the closest park is Webbridge, closest park is Union Hill, which is not developed, and last I heard wasn't going to be a playground amenity. So, you know, we're talking and not walkable to anything like that. Was there any discussion with the developer on putting those kind of components in here?
That would be a question for the developer as to why that they chose those, the amenities that they have. A lot of our focus is going to be with trying to improve, you know, crosswalks, pedestrian crosswalks that are going across North Point Parkway, very similar to what we did with the gathering that's under construction at Morrison and Haynes Bridge. We knew that they were being built in a place that has so many amenities, but how do you make it more walkable, you know, to get across North Point Parkway? But that doesn't really address interior, you know, what can happen on the inside with kids and playground.
Okay, thank you. Being on the end, it's kind of hard to, I don't want to step over folks. Couple of questions, Kathy. The letter of intent from the applicant calls out one of the reasons for the request of the master plan change in regards to the residential mix is they say that although the townhome market has remained steady, there's been an increased demand in the rental market, partially attributable to rising home cost and interest rates. And so they're seeking to add a for rent to accommodate these types of housing demands. I know that you referenced the housing study and our current for sale and for rent percentages, which we're close to 68%, which is a goal that the city has recognized as being one that they wanted to attain, but it doesn't really tell you how many apartment units we have as a city. So I know that in Windward, there's a number of apartment complexes on Windward Parkway between 400 and McGinnis Ferry. But I'm curious to know if you can share what the number of multifamily housing units we currently have in the city. Because I find that comment to be interesting in that it implies we don't have enough to meet the demand. And
Which comment? The comment from the letter of intent?
yeah. That.
I have that rental study. I can look up that total number.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear
I
what that total number is. And in regards to mixed-use developments, we have a large number of them throughout the city. Some contain rental, some do not. Have we seen a request with any other mixed use where they were approved in a for sale capacity for residential, and they've come back and asked to change that to a for rent mix? Is that something we've seen
Yes.
before?
Tech 360.
Okay, so they were approved for
Condo.
100%
Condos.
condos.
Correct.
And Tech 360, I think William just identified, that's on Haynes Bridge at 400?
Correct.
Correct, okay. And then if you could speak to the concurrency condition that is in your conditions and just give some background on why we add a concurrency condition in this particular application where they didn't have one before, correct?
Correct. So anytime that we have an approval, a request for rental, the rental, we always base our approvals on the number of jobs that's created, and within the multifamily that's requested. So we always tie that to the number of people that could reside at the multifamily, just multiply that by the 2.76, which is part of the census data, and that's the number of people that could live there. We then take that, multiply that by 250, because if you look at, one person, the space within an office building, that's 250 square feet. That's the number we use. And that's how we arrived at the 89,700 square feet. And that's something we've consistently done and required with all of our mixed-use developments, except for North Point. But of course, that was 1 million square feet of existing retail, so that was a very different site. We only have one regional mall, so it was something that was very different.
I noticed that the part of our conditions include a minimum grocery store of 3,000 square feet, which is, I think, a little misleading as far as a grocery store is concerned.
It is.
Yeah, they're usually larger. From my recollection, there isn't a walkable grocery in that area. Am I correct?
That's my understanding, yes. I mean, so Costco would be
the closest.
The closest. And, you bring up a good point about grocery. I mean, it could be something that's only 60% of the space is actually, grab and go.
Right.
So it can be, that it's part of a restaurant. I think Savvy Provisions is one that just opened up in downtown Crabapple. That's one that you'll see a lot of times as part of a mixed-use development in the first floor of a rental building.
Right, and I think of
Alon's.
Savvy Gourmet that we have in downtown. That would also meet the definition, is that right?
Yes, it would.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we're going to ask the applicant to come forward and make a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Kathy Zickert with Smith, Gambrell & Russell, and I first want to wish you a happy new year. I'm delighted that my first public hearing is before you. As always, I enjoy coming to Alpharetta, a whole lot more than every other jurisdiction I have applications pending in. So I hope you all have a great year. I am representing Meta, who is the property owner, and indirectly I'm representing Empire, who would develop these townhomes. And I emphasize that at the outset because both of them are high-quality developers. And I will try very hard to answer your questions within the context of what I'm presenting, but if I don't, please, by all means, remind me that you still have a question that is outstanding, and I will be happy to do that. I want you to be aware a little bit of the history on this tract, because I think it's relevant to what we're trying to do here. And it is correct that this was obviously part of the Windward Master Plan, and I actually zoned it in 2002. I was 10 at the time, and I zoned it for Prudential, for a huge office, I might have been 12, a huge office complex, a campus, if you will, limited retail. There was no residential in it at all. And as a consequence of that zoning, that's how that parking lot got there. The city asked for, and Prudential agreed, and we put together a deal where you would have a park and ride lot at this location as a consequence of a condition of approval of that particular rezoning. So there was a benefit, whether it got developed or not, to that particular rezoning of the property. Then in 2015, Meta came in and requested a change in terms of use, and that's when the first townhome component was approved. That was developed by Lennar. It is in place. I believe it's called Carvel. It has been a successful project, and we believe that this project by Empire will be every bit as successful, if not more so. To answer someone's question about both the number of bedrooms in the multifamily and the mix across the whole, we believe the mix will be pretty much identical because exactly of the reason that Kathy mentioned, which is we will have predominantly one-bedroom units in the for-rent product, so we're losing bedroom units there, and we will have 3 or 4 units, bedrooms in the townhomes. So there will be no net change, just as there is no net change in the density. So those were approved in 2015, and what they approved at that point were 24 live-work units, which could have been rental or for sale, because it wasn't specified. It was 200 condominium flat units, and it was 250 key hotel, as well as 191 townhomes. So that is where we are at this point in time. The questions about the office market are particularly compelling. I think we have a new economic development director who is doing an excellent job of getting business to come to this city, and I suspect with her help we might be able to build that office building. But part of the motivation here, quite frankly, is we are having problems with the larger office buildings. As Kathy described, what you're seeing in Alpharetta is a lot of small space rental, or relatively small space rental. So you're seeing your 60,000, maybe your 100,000 square feet, but not the mid-rise buildings, which is what is contemplated here. And I think the reason that you are not seeing speculative development in this regard is because, as you all are aware, we have had considerable increases in terms of pricing for construction, the big one of which is concrete. There are shortages, there are supply chain issues, and generally the costs have actually skyrocketed in terms of construction. And on a square foot basis for this building, we're looking at $45. And as you heard, it's the $20 that makes it affordable for your average office tenant. We hope to be able to build that building. I don't know whether we ever will, and if we don't, we may be back here in a couple of years. But nonetheless, we have left that office building on here predominantly at the request of staff and are happy to try. So perhaps with Kathy's help, we'll be able to do that without coming back to you. I do want to emphasize, as was stated at the beginning, that there is no change in density here at all. So there is no change in traffic. There should not be a change in terms of school-aged children, because those numbers are used for both in terms of generation of school-aged children in multifamily or stacked flats or single-family detached. And as a consequence, all we are really doing is adjusting the plan for this project. We are leaving everything else intact. The hotel has already been built. That has been a successful undertaking, and we are now simply trying to develop the balance of this property in a manner which was contemplated in terms of number of units. The major change, of course, is that we would like to convert some of these to for-rent units. The number we are requesting is small by multifamily request standards. Usually you're looking at 250 units because of the need for a critical mass to give all the bells and whistles in the complex. But because this is part of a mixed-use development, we can make it smaller and make it work. So we are down at the 130 unit level. And frankly, if you want to approve this application and just swap out the single-family home component, deny the multifamily, and I really don't want you to deny it. I'm not inviting you to deny it, but it would be better to do that and approve the balance of this than it would be to throw out all of the baby with the bathwater. So with that said, let me see if I can try and answer some of these questions, and some that I am anticipating. I always call this the Richard question. Our driveways in the townhomes are 18 feet outside the garage, so they are full length, and we have adequate parking for guests. So that will be hopefully something that is pleasing to you. We have more than 15% open space, actually. We did not count all the things that we are allowed to count. The common areas, at the balconies, for example, on all of the units, the rooftops in the townhomes, all of that you can count. We didn't, because as I can tell, you're kind of smiling. I don't think there's members of the general public going up on those rooftops, so the whole concept of open space doesn't particularly apply to counting that kind of space. But if we did count it, that number would be considerably higher, and we are entitled to count it. In terms of the detention pond question, that detention pond is both above ground and below ground. The storage of the water is below ground. So it is designed to be an amenity which is usable by children and adults alike, and should not be impacted in terms of the function that it is in fact performing. I have with me Steve Rowe from AEC, who many of you know, and I'm sure if there are questions about that from an engineering standpoint, he would be happy to answer them. And I guess I should introduce my client, Rob Cangelow from Meta, and of course I think you know Kevin Norton from Empire, so they are here too to answer questions as needed. Let's see, what else did you ask? The drive-through question. Actually, I think it was a coffee shop or a bank, and those are the only two things we'd be doing. When you say no drive-throughs, you do prohibit the financial institutions. I would sort of like to add like a drugstore to that mix, because your drugstore could give you sort of the grocery store function, and if you are aware, I'm sure most drugstores do have drive-up windows for prescriptions and the like. So I'd sort of like to add that, but it's not part of my application, so I'm not going to push my luck in that regard. I think, playground question. That's a good one. In today's day and age, playgrounds become very problematic from a liability standpoint. I hate it that it is that way, but it is. And as soon as you create a playground, no matter how much attention you give in terms of the surfaces below being something that a child should be able to drop onto safely, because it is a softer surface, no matter how much attention you pay to the equipment, no matter how much you pay attention to security issues in terms of who might be walking on and off the property, there is a great deal of liability associated with the operation of a playground. We would prefer not to have to do one for those reasons. We do believe that the stormwater park is an amenity that was always intended to serve this entire community, including the number of units that we had approved before. So we would rather not do that if it is at all possible. That's what I wrote down in terms of questions I needed to answer in my presentation, but I would like to go through the conditions and just confirm if we have any questions or if we are requesting any changes in that regard. And the first one that I have does relate to the for-rent residential. And believe it or not, I'm not questioning the grocery store. I'm not questioning the concurrency requirement. I'm in agreement, as is my client, with the conditions that have been recommended with reference to the for sale. The only exception that we are requesting relates to the timing. The way this reads is we are supposed to pull a building permit by January 1st of 2025. And then after that building permit is pulled, we are supposed to have the office within essentially a year. And I think that the development process would take more time than that. So we are asking if the window could be extended. We'll abide by the concurrency, but if the window could be extended within which it would have to be built to a 3-year period of time, we would appreciate that. And then the second one that we have a bit of a problem with is number 13. The sculpture, and I'm not quite sure how this is reading, to be honest with you. It does not say we're required to put in more. It just reads that if they are placed, this is where they need to be placed. So I'm not sure what the intention of staff was in that regard. But we already have art that was placed and required on this property and the master plan as a consequence of the 2015 approval. It went through the Architectural Review Board. It went through your cultural review. It was an expensive art installation, and we're not understanding why all of a sudden, when we're really not changing the mix, that we are supposed to do more. We also have what I would describe as landscape-oriented signage on this property. If you're familiar with the area, it is monument signage, of course, but it is all built into very attractive landscaping. And if we are required to put art in front of the signage, which seems to be what is intended by this, that could create problems in terms of visibility. So we are asking that that particular condition be removed if it's possible, as we have already complied with it. So that's number 13. And then 15, at least one rooftop amenity shall be required within the development. We have that on top of the hotel now. And again, we're not changing what we're trying to do with the property in terms of the overall numbers. And frankly, I'm not sure where we would put a rooftop amenity. You're not going to put them on top of your townhomes. You're not going to put them on top, well, maybe you put them on top of your multifamily, but that wouldn't be a rooftop amenity that's available to the public. And I don't think you're going to put them on top of your one-story building that's going to have to be built to look like it's 24 feet high. So we are asking that you stick by the original condition, which required this, but recognize that we already have it in terms of what is on top of the hotel. And I think that is all the conditions with which we had questions. And with that said, I would ask you to accept the staff recommendation with those minor modifications, and I'll be happy to answer any questions in case I missed something or you have other ones.
Thank you for presenting. Any questions for the applicant?
Yes, I've got one. So I think you hit on it in 3D, because those were my questions coming in around 3D.
Yep.
So you're good with the 3,000 square foot neighborhood grocery condition?
I wouldn't say good. We requested a variance, but we will live with the way it's.
Okay. And then you're good with the other part of 3D around the concurrency requirement, except you would like
To
the
extend
time
it.
window to be extended?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would point out to you that when I did this with the mall, we had a very similar window, and I had to come back to you twice, I think, to get that extended, and we're just trying to avoid that in the future if it's at all possible.
Yes.
One question for you. So just because I've never seen this before, maybe I don't get out much. So the amenities building that is at the end that kind of anchors one section there that has the long pool, is that an open air building? Is that a enclosed building? I mean, I see it on the picture. but
It's enclosed. I'm going to it's open air.
Okay. And then it's just,
Never mind.
it says a spill pool, so it's just a shallow.
Exactly what you said.
Thanks.
Questions on this side before I ask mine? I just go back to the 2015. We had 415, so that is not changing.
Nope.
What you're requesting is you're converting 130 of the for sale condominiums for rent units
Right.
and 70 to townhomes.
Correct.
That's basically what.
Yes.
Would you please explain the rationale? How did you come up with first of all, why for rent, and how you came up with the numbers 130 and 70?
We have discovered, as Kathy described, that there's a gross number of people who will translate into office space. We need more affordable housing. I know that's not a popular word to use, but it is absolutely true. And we need it for our office workers and our retail workers, and we don't have it. The closest you're going to get to it is a rental product. I'm saying we. Alpharetta doesn't have a whole lot of it. And that is part of the reasoning. The other part is that we don't believe that a stacked flat project at that location will sell, number one. Number two, that is also problematic right now in terms of construction because of the increased costs of construction, although I'm not sure there'll be a whole lot of difference between that and the multifamily, so that may not be as big a consideration. But we just generally feel like there's a market for it out here, and we are requesting the ability to take advantage of it.
And the number 130?
That was to make sure we didn't change the numbers, frankly. We wanted to stick with what had already been approved and not go lower or higher.
So you picked 130 for rent, 70 townhomes.
Right.
And
It's 100 townhomes. We've already built.
I understand. I'm saying from the 2015 package, that's the effective
Yes.
change. Okay,
Okay.
that's all the question I had.
So can I just follow up on that? And I'd like to hear you elaborate more about, you said that a flat stack condo product won't work at this location.
The other reason I did not mention is the interest rate issue. As you may recall, when Warren Jolly with Providence Group did the one that is over to the north of the mall on North Point Parkway.
Right.
He committed to a stacked flat product. And there were also commitments as to how much had to be finished at what particular time and when you could occupy it and the like. And he was having a hard time getting financing at the outset because of the restrictions and the increased costs. Banks are not lending as frequently as they used to in terms of that product. So that's the reasoning. We've had the right to do it. We've been actively marketing the property. We haven't had any interest whatsoever. So we would like to be able to do something with this property that makes sense without overburdening what's already been approved.
So what you're describing as far as that it's unique to the condo product doesn't translate into a townhome product.
No, the townhomes are doing well. And I don't know whether it's because you build them in blocks of 6 or 8 instead of a whole building. That could be it. I really don't know the answer to that. I don't know if.
I can speak to the condo part of that question.
Please.
And I'm Rob Kinchelow with Meta Real Estate Partners. Originally, I've rezoned this third time. I rezoned this in my 20s, my 30s, and now my 40s. So 2007.
He was 6.
Yeah, I was 6, she was 10. But in 2007, when we bought the property, we added 424 residential units across stacked flats to the project. That's when we incorporated residential to this, what was sort of an office with a hotel component. When we configured the 200, and again, then we later in 15 broke up the 424 into towns and this stacked flat condo project. It was 200 units. The problem is financeability of a 200-unit project. Most developers have to go out and pre-sell 50-60% to get their financing, and it takes a while to get 100 to 120 pre-sales. And so we've marketed the property to condo-specific development partners. They've not been able to make sense of the project. That's why you see a lot of little 20 and 30-unit condo projects, because they can put up the pretty pictures and the signs and then pre-sell a certain number and get their financing. The apartments are much more readily financeable, and that's what we do. We're in 13 states developing, so we do a lot of apartments, and this is luxury multifamily. This is not she described it as affordable. This is truly luxury product. We have 2 projects on the Beltline, one next to Ponce City Market called North and Line, and one south of Grant Park and Chosewood Park that just broke ground. So we build a very high-end product. This will be, north of $250 a foot in rent. So that will equate to, $2,000, call it, on average. So these are very high-quality multifamily offerings. The office tenants really like to have walkable rent product. A lot of their workers aren't ready to commit to purchasing, and so to have for rent product adjacent to office building will help excite the office offering as well. So I hope that answers the question.
I just heard that the townhomes are doing well. Why would you not want to do the townhome product instead?
Just across the whole property?
Correct.
I mean, I think there's some resistance by staff to turn this into fully a townhome community. So it's a mix of product. We're diversifying the product type through having a multi-component and additional towns. And these towns, and I can let Kevin speak more specifically, they're smaller square footage than the Caravel product, so they're differentiated from the Caravel product, the Empire product that's planned. So you're differentiating and segmenting your uses so that ultimately you find a market for each use. And so that's the way we've approached it.
So pursuing a little clarity here, where originally we were talking about there being a marketable need for affordable housing, that is in fact not the product that you're pursuing at this time.
There is no affordable.
Not on the multifamily, I misspoke.
Yeah, they refer to it as attainable. I can have Kevin speak to that, but it's because they build a smaller square footage townhome, it just gets the price down some relative to the Caravel product is probably in the 3,000 plus square footage average. Average?
Caravel is based on our studies. Based on our studies, it was 2,100 to 2,600 square feet, 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms in the Caravel product.
Okay.
And resales in there were around $580,000.
Well, I was about to ask, realizing that it's a moving target, what price points are we talking?
This is our
What rental
townhome
rates?
expert, so I'll let him take over.
What rental rates would we actually be talking about for
So
these?
we're looking at trying to be in the upper 4s. We'll probably more likely be in the 5s. Obviously, market's going to dictate where we land when we come out of the ground with it.
So this is truly not in the category of affordable housing.
Again, we don't use the word affordable, we use the word attainable.
And for
because-
most, probably not attainable either. Okay, thank you.
Real quick, what was the square footage of the townhomes? I've heard 3 and 4 bedroom, but then smaller, so.
Yeah, so we're looking at probably 1,500 to 1,900 square feet.
And what's the price point for the townhomes?
That's where we said we'd like to be in the upper 4s, more likely be in the 5s, low 5s.
Any other questions? Are you done with your presentation?
I am.
All right, no further questions at this time. I'm going to open the meeting for public comment. Or in favor, please come forward. Seeing none, or in opposition, please come forward.
Good evening. I will be very quick. My name is Kim Yeager. I reside at 2505 Milford Lane, and I have been watching the growth of Alpharetta since we moved here in 2014. I've watched this market explode. I've watched things get built quite rapidly. What's perplexed me about this project is in 2015 it took off, and it stayed empty for so long. I just never understood why we weren't building faster now, and I still am not sure I understand here. What I would be concerned, if I were a resident at Carvel or the name of it, I bought into a community with certain standards that went through rigorous review through the city, and it feels like a bait and switch. Is this a bait and switch to those residents who bought in, looking for a certain community and vision that gets presented, and then now, how many years later, is turning this vision still not coming through, and it's still very fluid? So I would say take that into consideration as you look at this to say, is that really creating the vision that these people bought into? And do we still know what the vision is for this land to create the value for all of Alpharetta? So I would say, ask you to consider that, and I would veto it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in opposition?
Hello, my name is Jaysha Fleming. I reside at 539 Headwind Way, so I actually am a member of the community. And what I can tell you is I absolutely did not buy into the community where we would have even the possibility of having 130 rental units. We were even sold that we would have a maximum 35% rental rate within the community of Carabel itself, and I'm finding that that's not even the case anymore. So to drive those rental numbers up is not desirable. I can also tell you I have a teenage son that's at Alpharetta High School. Alpharetta High School is busting at the rims. So if there were to be teenagers moving into the neighborhood in that large rental community, that would be also of concern. And also a couple of the elementary schools around the area have also redirected a large number of students within that immediate area. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to speak in opposition? I see no one else. Ms. Cook, you have a...
Commissioner Richard had asked for the number of multifamily.
Yes.
I found that number, so it's 6,945 units.
Sorry, put my mic on. So we currently have almost 7,000 multifamily units?
Yes.
And that is based on what's built or built and approved?
That is based on what is built.
Okay.
And what's in the pipeline and approved, so.
Okay, so it
both.
includes
And
the pipeline.
Currently built, single family, a little over 20,000, so 6,945.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. You have about a time?
Yes, very briefly. I don't know why there's a 35% rental rate there, because it was supposed to be 10. And that is in the bylaws of the HOA, and we've agreed to that limitation here. So that is actually a condition of zoning, and if that is the case, there is a zoning code violation for that particular complex. I don't know what the city does in terms of monitoring those rental restrictions, but in any event, we have committed to the same 10% restriction here, and in other projects that Empire has built, they have all been enforced. So I don't think you're going to see that problem here.
Bernard developed Carabel, and we don't control that.
All right. I am going to turn this over to the board for discussion and or a motion.
Well, I'll make a comment. I believe Francis and I both were on the Planning Commission in 2015, Francis.
I was here in 2008, too.
Yeah. So
I was part of your group.
You were?
I was on it as well.
Okay, so we approved the application, right? And if I remember right, we had an overwhelming amount of community support for this application because of the for sale component. So I'm struggling a lot with we're not just adjusting the plan, we're requesting a change in the master plan amendment. And that's kind of where I'm having an issue with. So I'm feeling I'm probably not in favor of this because I just don't feel like there's a compelling reason for us to change the master plan amendment.
I would concur, and I think those of us that have seen this come through, over the 2015, 7 years ago, I struggle to understand why, the hotel and I'm not sure if it's Caravel or I don't know how to pronounce it, but I've seen the sign there that says sold out for as long as I can remember. It looked like that development just really was very successful. And I am certainly, things change. 7 years is a long period of time. The economy does certain things. But I would say that I haven't heard in the presentation from either staff or from the applicant enough reason to make such a significant change to the development and a change in the housing mix from a 100% for sale versus a partial for rent, in my book, is a significant hurdle and requires a very strong, compelling case for it, and I don't see it here. I see that there's a lot of demand for apartments, but as a city, we have over 7,000 apartments. It's not like it's a particular housing unit that we don't support, and I don't believe that there's enough reason for me here to support a master plan amendment. I'm hearing that this was guided by staff in regards to the for rent, and I will respectfully disagree with their recommendation on that. For me, this isn't a change that I would support. I would be very open to a for sale component, very open to that, and I think we know from what we've just heard from one of the residents there, and what people have eyeballed in regards to school-age children, this is an area in demand for families. And this is, so I'm struggling, I understand that the market dynamics are different for flat stack condos, but to me it's not flat stack or apartments. I think there's something else there. So that's where I'm leaning towards as far as this application goes.
Well, if you're hearing a trend, you are. I, too, don't feel compelled to consider changing the master plan. We have master plans that are supposed to be durable. What I have heard was that the market says we need apartments. What I'm hearing actually is not that we need to serve an underserved market, workforce housing or whatever we want to call it. We are looking for apartments to entice the more transitory possible buyers with no guarantees that they'll end up being buyers in our community. I think Alpharetta has been built by people who are invested in being here, who live here because they're willing to put their money down on buying property here. I'm seeing some heads nodding as well. This is not to say that we should never have apartments, but we need to be careful about shepherding the process. And at this point, I just don't see a compelling reason to change direction on this particular project.
Any further discussion, motion, comments? None to the left? Somebody's got to make a motion.
Well, I'll offer a motion. I'm not sure I'm going to be, I might need some help with fine-tuning it. But before I offer the motion, I saw a head nod, but I'm going to ask Ms. Sickert to come up to the podium. So I understood you correctly in that a approval for all for sale is acceptable.
Yes, we would prefer to have the for rent product, but as I said, if that is bothersome because of what your policies are, we really want to be able to do something with this property, and we would appreciate it if you would at least approve that component, considering that there's no material change in terms of the for sale product at that point.
So if I'm following this correctly,
Need some help with changing the conditions?
well, and maybe this is a staff question.
And she's okay with the grocery store.
Yeah. So the way that the application reads is that there's 100, up to 100 townhomes, and then a specific number of 130 for rent. Is that correct? So that's 230 total units, residential units?
That's correct.
Would be 230? Okay.
So would all of the retail be removed?
That's probably would be an end result, right, of going into a,
That was our concern. We didn't push for a rental component. I think that was mentioned. We pushed to make sure there was a mixed use, which had a retail component.
and it had a retail component prior, correct?
Right, but if it's approved for, so that's what I'm asking. I want to make sure that the retail component's not going away and replaced with 130 townhomes where the retail is currently.
So what I am looking at doing, tell me if I'm going down the right page here, is making no changes to condition 3A or 3B, changing condition 3C to reflect for sale residential 200 up to 230 units, and then removing 3D, which is the for rent, the 130.
We would want to see the configuration of the commercial parcels.
It's to go back to the original conditions.
Should we table this?
Well, the original conditions show it where at least half of the townhomes are. So I'm just trying to figure out how this works.
Speak with my client.
And I think we need a minute to confer as a board, too. Yes. Yep.
Yeah,
Across the board.
So the 2015 had the retail here where they're currently showing
What I would suggest.
townhomes?
Just make it 130 for sale condos over the retail.
Don't you have to redo the renderings?
So you're not increasing.
Well, that means the retail won't be required prior, so.
Okay, I've got enough input from my director of community development to know that I'm stepping into a really dangerous area here. So I am not going to make a motion to do it on the fly. I think.
And we would be, I mean, of course, fine with for sale. Our issue was making sure that we had a retail component. So if you really are going to have a true mixed use and you don't even have that small amount of 30,000 square feet of retail, you think about the Gathering. I mean, they have 30,000 square feet of retail, and it's a smaller development at Morrison and Haynes. So we just want to make sure that what people did buy into They bought, they get, so I don't want the retail component is an important part of it, just for consideration.
If you want us to bring back a plan that shows you what we could do.
In a for-sale environment. Yes, and so perhaps we'd make a motion to table so that you can do that?
Defer, not
Defer?
table.
Defer, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I will offer motion to defer MP 23-01 Meta Windward Park.
Second.
Oh,
It's a dual second.
A motion has been made to defer, and this will be deferred to which meeting? Next meeting.
Well, I don't know if we can I don't know if this needs to be re-advertised, or it will.
That would be to the February 2nd meeting.
I'm not sure they can meet that requirement from an advertising perspective.
We'll, yeah, with the deferral, we'll make sure that it's on a date that meets those
Okay.
requirements.
So we don't have to
We'll get-
defer to a specific
No.
date. Got it. Perfect. So now,
Please confirm that if we defer, we don't have to specify to the meeting. Because if there is a difference between tabling and deferring.
Right, and we used to do it that way. However, the attorney that the city attorney we're working with prefers that we just defer and give time to re-advertise, and then it's back on the agenda. So that's the way that we're handling it now. So if you just defer, we'll get the date. We will.
Okay. All right. A motion has been made and properly seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your right hand. Motion carries unanimously. So we'll hear again when it's re-advertised. All right. We have one more item. Does the board want to take a break? You want to keep going? Okay. The second item on the agenda is COUP-22-05/Z-22-15/CU-22-12/V-22-29 Storybook Builders /31 and 51 Thompson Street. Michael.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners. The next item before you is a request for a comprehensive land use plan amendment, rezoning conditional use and variance to allow for the construction of 20 for-sale single-family detached homes on 2.23 acres in the downtown. The comprehensive land use plan amendment and the rezoning applied to just the western half of the property. So this is the entire property. Eastern half is downtown live work currently. The western half is C2. So they are asking to change the future land use of the western half of the property from commercial to mixed-use live work, and then a rezoning of the western portion of the property from C2 general commercial to DTLW downtown live work. There's also a conditional use request to increase density above 8 dwelling units per acre to 8.97 dwelling units per acre. And then there is a variance to eliminate interparcel access. Of course, the location map is on the overhead. This is 31 and 51 Thompson Street, southeast corner of Thompson Street and Haynesbridge Road. Properties were previously developed with single-family detached homes. They've been demolished. The eastern half is zoned downtown live work. As I mentioned, the western half is C2. Boise is located to the north, Publix to the west, vacant commercial properties to the south, and then Thompson Street Flats, which is known as Phase 1, is located to the east. The eastern half of the property was rezoned in 2015, and then there were change to conditions of zoning the next year in 2016 to allow for 24 for-sale condominium units in 4 buildings. And the site plan on the overhead represents that plan. The developer of Thompson Street Flats did develop the first 2 buildings, so the first phase of the development. The western 2 buildings, they did not develop. We've had a previous request to change the western half of that property to 10 detached units. That request was ultimately tabled at council back in 2021, and then it was withdrawn and never went forward. The applicant does request a variance to eliminate interparcel access. Let me go to the applicant site plan. I'll go into more of the details of the site plan, but of course we do require interparcel access in the downtown. There's an existing driveway that services phase 1 of Thompson Street Flats. The owner of the property, which is the developer of phase 1 of Thompson Street Flats, has an agreement, a written agreement with the current residents of Thompson Street Flats that whatever is developed on this property will have its own separate entrance. And so they are requesting a variance to eliminate that interparcel access, and we believe because of that agreement, we would not object to that variance request. Going into the details of the site plan, you have 20 detached units, 10 oriented to Thompson Street, 10 homes oriented to a amenity area, natural amenity area with tree save area in the back. All homes have access from a new private alley. The driveway aligns with the existing driveway for Boise. There's a fire truck turnaround in this location here. And then there is an amenity space on the western end of the property. They have underground detention shown in that amenity space, as well as underground detention shown in the fire truck turnaround. Open space on the property is approximately 1.14 acres, about 51% of the site. Each of the homes will have 2 side-by-side parking spaces within a garage, and they have the code-compliant driveway. Downtown code, also 2 on-street parking spaces on Thompson Street, as well as 2 guest spaces here on the east end of the alley. Total of 84 parking spaces provided on the site plan. Downtown code requires 50. So trees on the property, and the trees on the property really are the reason that staff is recommending denial of this request. So the applicant's initial tree survey and assessment identified 13 specimen trees and 2 trees of quality that are either in good or fair condition. Of those trees, there are 4 trees depicted to be saved on the applicant's landscape plan, and I'm just going to go to their landscape plan here for a second. So this is their landscape plan, which also shows the site layout. So they are proposing to save this tree here to water oak. 43-inch water oak here. Does have some impacts to the critical root zone that are shown here, but they are less than 20%, which is typically the max that our city arborists will allow. There is also another water oak in this location with impacts of 9% to the structural root plate. To the critical root zone. And then they also show a 62-inch water oak here, as well as a 24-inch pecan up along the street being saved. However, the impacts to the critical root zone are excessive as it concerned with the city arborist. So they're showing 38% impacts to the critical root zone of this pecan. And there are 29% impacts shown to the critical root zone of the 62-inch water oak. In addition, they're showing an impact to the structural root plate of the 62-inch water oak. So this tree cannot be saved. We do not allow any impacts to the structural root plate. So while these trees are called out as tree saves on the plan, the city arborist would contend that they cannot be saved and they will die based on these impacts. The applicant provided renderings. These have been reviewed by the city's downtown consultant. They show 3 architectural styles that are approved in the downtown: Tudor eclectic, stick, and shingle. The applicant indicates in their application that the 10 homes fronting along Thompson Street will each have unique elevations. Applicant also indicates that the homes will be at least 2,700 square feet and will be 3 bedrooms. Exterior materials are a combination of brick, stone, board and batten, shake, and siding, and the applicant indicates that the homes will start at $1.5 million. The city's downtown consultant felt that the renderings generally comply with the downtown overlay. However, he did have a few comments that would need to be addressed prior to, if this is approved, prior to bringing those for final approval to Design Review Board. Just quickly, just flip through the rest of the renderings. There were several that were provided. So these are renderings looking at the homes from Thompson Street. You'll see that they are 3 stories on Thompson Street. Provided a few side elevations so you can see that these homes have 4-sided architecture, materials, and details. So all 4 sides of the homes will have details. And then these are the rear of the homes. So they're all rear loaded from the alley, and they have the architecture, materials, and details on the rear as well. So these are what the homes would look like that are facing that back amenity area in the back. So due to the topography of the property, it actually slopes up in the back. So these homes that face that natural amenity area in the back will be facing it, and they'll be only 2-story. On the back side, they are 3-story on the alley side. And then this is just the corner at the roundabout at Haynesbridge and Thompson Street. I just brought this just to show what the applicant provided in the way of planting and decorative and hardscape at that corner. Of course, we reviewed the applicant's requests against the established review criteria. Of course, the proposed future land use designation and rezoning are consistent with the vision for Thompson Street, so we are supportive of that. However, the site layout we do not believe makes reasonable efforts to save trees. And of course, the proposed conditional use to increase density cannot be supported due to the lack of tree saves on the property. The applicant indicated that they did not have any comments as a result of their outreach. The item was shown to the public at the November 9th community zoning information meeting. There were public comments in support and in opposition. Those in opposition just had concerns that the Thompson Street Flats developer did not fulfill promise of the second phase of condominiums. And with that, staff is recommending denial of the applicant's request, and that concludes the staff presentation. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Any questions for Michael?
Yes, Michael, just a quick question. I know this property doesn't encompass the drainage area to the west that, I'm sorry, I'm getting tired. So they're containing all the stormwater on their property is what they're showing. They're not tying into that corner piece, that retention pond there at all.
They're not.
Okay.
Well, you may want to ask the applicant. I don't know where these underground facilities that they show here will outfall to. They may outfall to this pond. I'm not sure. That probably would be a good question for the applicant. What I can tell you is that there's an underground facility in this location, and this is off-site as part of the Thompson Street Flats Phase 1 project, and part of the agreement is that they've not used this for their development.
That's why I was asking where it goes. Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Just, Michael, I think it's hard to see on this site map. Would you just call out, based on the critical root zone that is being impacted by these specimen trees, how many units are affected by this?
Well, with what they're showing the number of units that they're showing within the critical root zone, in this particular tree, there's 3 and partially a 4th unit. However, remember, we would be okay with impacts up to 20%
Right.
into the critical root zone. So, possibly losing, 1 unit here may be able to get the impacts to the critical root zone down to 20% or less. It may be 2. They may
Hard
be
to
able
say.
to make other
Yep.
changes to the site layout. I do want to, I meant to mention this as part of the presentation. These are 2 trees that we asked the applicant to look at potentially saving, but we did tell them after this item was deferred last time that we're willing to consider other trees to be saved as well. The city arborist noted that there's a grouping of trees here. You can see these trees with the X through this area. There's a grouping of trees in this area that could be a great tree save as well. And I just say that because if you've gone out to the property, and I know that a lot of planning commissioners do go out to the property and look at that, you may have some questions about this pecan tree that's out here. It has a little bit of a slight lean, but I will tell you that it's listed in the applicant's arborist assessment as a good condition tree. It doesn't look great right now. It doesn't have all the leaves on it. I do have a photograph of that tree in its current condition. Definitely doesn't look great there. That's a recent picture. This is back from about several months before winter, and so this is the tree right here. This tree is listed in good condition. Our city arborist also recommended keeping this tree. However, we would be willing to listen to other tree saves if this isn't a tree that the applicant wanted to save. Our issue with it was that from the original 2015 approval, and then when Caro stepped in and changed those conditions, the tree save condition it's been whittled away, basically. So the trees that had been previously recommended to be approved, each time this comes in, another tree save gets removed from it. So that was our concern, that we were down to only 2 tree saves.
Thank you for that. That's important for us to know because with applications like this that come forward over time, over a number of years, it's hard to keep track of exactly what's what. So, all right, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Michael, quick question. What effect does underground detention have on critical root zones? As I noticed that 62-inch water oak, there is an underground detention facility identified within that zone.
I'm sorry, what is the impact of the underground
Of underground
stormwater
detention on critical root zones for these specimen trees?
Yeah, so they're showing that this underground facility here it would have impacts to it. There's multiple facilities here that would impact this particular tree's critical root zone, the fire truck turnaround as well as the underground. Of course, with an underground facility, you're going deeper into the ground. I don't know that makes more impact or not, because typically trees, the roots are usually just underneath the soil.
And then my last question would be, where you're trying to save ancient oaks, they have notoriously heaving roots. Would you then also need to be mindful, if you even do allow encroachment, that the roots are going to damage any concrete structures that you've allowed over their root structure?
Sure. I mean, that's always something that, you should consider. I mean, I think when we purchase homes and we see a tree very close to the foundation of the home, we can be concerned with that. Tree roots will lift up sidewalks and affect foundations.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
After you.
Oh, well, just a quick question. It says the site plan depicts 1.4 acres or 51% open space. Can you kind of help me find the open space on this plan?
So the applicant did provide this open space exhibit, and my apology, I was probably going a little fast and forgot to address this. So they did provide, and we asked for a comparison of open space. So this was the original. They showed all 3 properties. So of course, phase 1 Thompson Street Flats Phase 2. So this was the original approval. And then the original approval on the C2 piece was for an Eckerd's drugstore. So they're making some assumptions about the layout on that property. But this is the plan that they're proposing before you this evening. So of course the existing 2 condo buildings and then the 20 detached units. They're showing the yellow represents civic space, I believe, and then the green is amenity space, amenity for the residents of this development, with civic being open to the public. So 51%, what they're showing on just this property is 51% of the site would be open space, either amenity or civic space. Minimum 10% is what's required by code, and then they have the slight density increase, which there's a proportional increase to the open space with that. But they do exceed the minimum requirement.
Any other questions? You have one? Okay. All right, I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward, make a presentation. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, Michael. I was going to ask if you could leave one of the front elevations from the view of Thompson Street out, because I'm going to ask the applicant a question about that. Thank you.
All right, I promise I'll go as quickly as I can. I know it's been a long night. Are you sure? Okay. I'm representing Storybook Builders, and with me tonight is Chad Key, who is the principal builder of that group. They specialize in high-end construction and renovation of custom homes. And he, if this application is approved, will be the one that builds it. And if you have any questions I can't answer, hopefully he can. There's a little bit of history on this one, too, that I think you need to understand in terms of where we are with the issues. And the first thing I would point out is that as originally zoned, this whole block, it was long before the roundabout went in, and it was long before Thompson had converted to all these various developments that are now very nice housing developments. So at the point at which this was initially zoned, the whole corner was intended to be a mixed use, by which I mean from Thompson down to Old Milton and from Haynesbridge, as it was then, to the property line that would be to the north. And part of that plan contemplated that there would be approximately a 12,000 square foot strip center and a freestanding drugstore. And that was approved back in the 1960s. The 1990s. Subsequent to that point in time, there were specific plans sought in conjunction with the residential component, which was the origin of that approval. And some of you may recall when that occurred. And then the developer of that property made the decision that it did not, again, make sense to do the stacked flats for whatever those reasons are that I'm not articulating well, I don't think, and wanted to convert to, in fact, what was a 10-story or 10-unit single-family detached product. I should probably put that way. So the first change that was tabled was to request a change from this to that, so that you would have actually 10 units as opposed to 12 condos, and they would be detached units. Well, apparently there was a great deal of dissension, as again you may recall, between the owners of the condos that had been built and the developer in terms of allegedly not living up to promises that have been made in conjunction with common space, amenities, a path, and general construction of the condo building. There were also disputes about the HOA association and whether it had properly been funded, whether it was being properly administered, and that kind of thing. And so when the applicant then came in back in, well, before this application was filed, there was a great deal of opposition, and it was very, very divisive. I watched the hearing, and it was quite controversial And there were insults being hurled both ways, and basically the city council said, okay, we're not doing anything with this piece of property until you guys get your act together. And you, Mr. Developer, need to go back in there and you need to make these people happy. You need to finish what you promised you would do, because we're not going to trust you to do what you're saying you're going to do on this new application if you haven't lived up to what you were supposed to live up to on the old application. So it was tabled indefinitely. And then,
When was this?
I'm sorry?
When was that?
That was back in 2021.
2020.
Then in 2022, it was pulled off the table, and that was basically the point at which I got involved in this. And we got asked to make some very specific changes, and basically what happened is that there was, again, dissension because this common area, and I don't remember which one of you asked about common area, but this common area was clearly larger in the original than it was in the one that was being proposed with the detached units. And quite frankly, because of the shared detention, it was easier in terms of dealing with a single-family product because the owners of the condo building in those units didn't want to be sharing anything, basically, with the balance of this development. So that was kind of the reasoning of what went forward. However, we realized that if the balance of the property was built out, as I just suggested it could be in terms of its earlier zoning, this was the drugstore piece. And the concern was that if we tried to do these expensive single-family homes in the back of a drugstore, there would be a problem. Well, you can fast forward a little bit. I actually was involved in this property before even that change occurred. Back in 2020, Fuquay was interested in developing this property for a mixed use. And we actually got to the stage, and I can't remember whether any of you were at the community meeting. It wasn't a CCIM meeting. It was just a community meeting predominantly with Boise residents. And we got to that stage, and it was the tail end of February of 2020. And I would not say they were being uncooperative, but there were concerns expressed, not the least of which is that there was to be interparcel connectivity between what had become the residential component and the retail in the back. And the concern for the existing residents on Thompson was that that would become a cut-through, so that basically people would be using that driveway to get from Thompson to Old Milton. They were supposed to have that drive and the two curb cuts because of distances on Old Milton. And so there was a great deal of concern about what are you going to put directly across from us on Thompson. We don't want that drugstore. We don't want a loud bar. We don't want something that's going to be operating all night long. And we certainly don't want your traffic cutting through our community. So we had gotten that far with Fuquay to try and develop a project that might be acceptable, and they do pretty good work. So I think maybe we would have gotten there. Tail end of February 20, you know what happened at the very beginning of March of 2020. Whole thing fell apart because of COVID. So now we come back, and there's still a possibility they could be developed for retail uses. However, we are committed to trying to maintain the integrity of Thompson. And as a consequence of, we believe we have come up with a plan which will do that and make it an all-residential corridor and eliminate that curb cut. And I think that that's of benefit to the community overall. Whether it's a benefit that is worth jeopardizing some trees is a question that needs to be answered, and I freely acknowledge that. And I really appreciate Michael's candor, because that is the only issue. I don't think anyone's unhappy with the product at this point. I don't think anyone's unhappy with the architectural design, although I'll be happy to hear your questions. I don't think anyone's unhappy with the way detention has been revised, and incidentally, we will have 3 underground detention ponds that will all be on our site. So it's not a question of the change in use. It's a question of whether we are sacrificing trees inappropriately in order to develop this property. Obviously, from my perspective, I think that the change in terms of making it an all-residential corridor and getting rid of that curb cut may be worth it. And I honestly want y'all's opinion tonight about whether that is the case. We actually started out with a 22-unit plan for this. when we first filed the application in October, because we ended up withdrawing the earlier one, and it had additionally 4 townhomes at the end of it, so it was going to be a mixed kind of residential community, and there were concerns about the mix of the uses, and again, the lack of the common area. So we pulled back again and said, well, let's see if we can pull in this piece on the corner and make it one cohesive development. So that is how we got here. And we dropped from those 22 units, then to 21, and then to 20, and that's where we are today. So I am here this evening, and Chad will be happy to answer any questions you might have, to ask the question of, where do you want us to go with this? We are trying really hard to design this community in a manner which will minimize impacts, and we're certainly willing to accept some kind of a condition that says we will use our best efforts, and we will use a certified arborist who can give us a tree prescription as to how it is to be protected both during and after construction. If that's insufficient, though, then we would appreciate some direction as to where you would like us to go with this project. Again, it's a circumstance of not throwing the whole thing out, like on the last one where the real concern that you had, which wasn't a surprise, was the rental units. But let's not discard the whole thing. So that's exactly where we are with this particular application, and I will be happy to hear what your thoughts might be in that regard. And if you want us to redesign, this would also be a candidate for a deferral, so that we could come back and perhaps do something to save at least one of these large trees, if not more. There is some disagreement about whether that tree is leaning badly or not, but by the time we come back, maybe it'll have leaves and we'll know. So if that's the situation, then we're happy to have you advise us in that regard. I'm really asking for your advice at this point, which I guess is a little odd, but anyway, that's where we are.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. We'll ask the board whether they have any questions at this time. I was just going to make the comment about the candor from Michael and yourself, and it's consistent with what we are used to hearing at this board, and that's why the board and the community and staff work so well, because there is a good understanding and accommodation, and I would encourage us to continue to do the same.
Well, and since I started zoning at age 6, this is the first time I've ever had a staff recommendation denial in Alpharetta, and it's breaking my heart. So I want to do whatever I can do to fix that, which is my modus operandi, as all of you are fully aware. And I feel like I owe Ms. Manley an apology because I forgot what kind of product we were putting on in terms of affordable or not. So let me try and make it up on this one.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Well, I was just going to say, I do appreciate your candor and the history behind all that, because it really does help us kind of put all this in perspective. And I agree with you that I like everything about the plan. It's just that, we're just need to work through this tree issue. And I'm not opposed to eliminating a tree. We've done it before in the past when it just didn't make sense and it looks bad. And right, Todd, we've done it before. So, but I just think that I feel like there should be some kind of compromise here, and I'm not sure where that is or how to meet it, but I think you're close. I just think you need to work with staff a little bit more and get to that point.
And I do that.
I know you do.
All my clients do that.
Yeah. So my recommendation would be to consider possibly deferring this and seeing if you can't save 1 or 2 trees and make everybody happy. But I'll defer to the board about what they want to do.
Yeah, so I'll just tag on to that. I'll just say, I love the product. We haven't even mentioned it, but I love the public engagement. I mean, the meetings you had with the public, it seems like everybody that lives in Boise across the street is in favor of this project. And then others up and down Thompson, so. And it's a much, much, much better use than commercial, the current zoning. So my goals are aligned. I'd like to see this get approved. But I can't ignore the tree issue. So the question I want to ask you guys is, the statement's been made, and it's tied to what's in our code, that it's not felt like you guys have made a reasonable attempt to save trees. And the total count is 13 specimen and 2 of quality, for a total of 15, and only 4 proposed to be saved, and of the 4, 2 are the ones where the critical root zones impede the footprint more than 20%. So do you feel like you've made a reasonable attempt to save trees? And if so, help. If you can make that argument to me, I may agree with you. I'd like to know.
Hi, my name is Chad Key, and I am the owner of Storybook Builders. And quite honestly, I've never done this before, so
fine.
A little bit off my normal path. So what I would love to have had here was our arborist tonight. One of the things that, I could talk to you for so long about this. This project it's exciting, it's fun, I'm passionate about it. But at the end of the day, if it doesn't meet the requirements of Alpharetta, then it's no problem. We can't do it. I was brought in, as you know, I had an opportunity to be, just to give you a little background, she gave a great story about how it went from, if you're looking at this picture, it went from phase 2 at the building to first the 10 homes. So I was brought in as a Storybook Builders owner to actually remediate a lot of the problems that was happening over in this other building. And so that's how I kind of got introduced, into the situation. I got to be, fairly good friends, my superintendents did, and myself a little, with the owners. We remediated everything we were asked to do. Then I was brought in a little later, about 9 months later, because this developer wasn't completing the requirements of the property. And I came in with a force to be reckoned with and fixed and finished everything. And at that time, that was when 10 houses were on the table. And, he is part owner of that property. And so he obviously realized this is not something we do well. He's seen how much work we have done, our quality of work, what we've built throughout Atlanta and North Atlanta, and basically said, would you be interested in basically taking this, buying this from us or acquiring it? We worked out something, and I was excited about it. I was like, this is an opportunity to build beautiful homes. The one requirement I had was that I have full control, 100%. We put an agreement together, and my only problem is I'm a very aesthetic and use-driven person. Storybook Builders, I want to create an environment where people can write their own stories, and I want to create something with legacy and something that's beautiful and makes sense. And my problem was that it just felt like an add-on. It was 10 homes kind of plunked in there. And I kind of kept pushing because I knew that he knew his father owned that other property. Problem was it's commercial. And as a commercial property, it's worth a lot. And to convert it to residential is unheard of. You just don't do that when you own a piece of property that's commercial. And so I kept pushing, and I think we're in a unique little window where his father is willing to sell it. It's already written up, where we can actually make a true and honest, beautiful neighborhood, okay? Where it has its own entrance. And one of the things that we did was we actually, where you see that other entrance coming in, we'll be blocking it permanently. It has gates with a Knox box for emergency vehicles. But it is just the entrance directly across from Boise. So as Kathy said, we've made a lot of changes. We started with 22 homes. We reduced it to 21, we reduced it to 20. The reason we went to 20 was for the purpose of that 62-inch water oak. We wanted to try to say that it was 62-inch water oak. The pecan tree up front, I'm very candid with you, I don't want to save it. It's not attractive. I can make a much more beautiful streetscape. I can put in hard oaks, that are large. So that would be the concession, is force us to put in very large trees, okay, or remediation costs. But that's why we did the 62. So to answer the question on the tree is, I'm meeting with Arbor Guard tomorrow, a guy named Tom, who's close friends with David. I'm sorry, his name is David also. And he's good friends with David Shostak. And he believes this tree can be saved. The 62-inch water oak,
Okay, okay.
which is right behind that fire lane.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I took my picture next to it today.
Great, great. And I apologize, let me rewind one quick second. The arborist that we did have come out there, even though we had the 15, I don't have my numbers because I wasn't prepared for that. He went back out and reassessed the trees and reduced the number of specimen trees.
You're saying the city arborist?
No, not the city arborist.
Your arborist.
Our arborist. Okay. And he met with David on those. And I believe they agreed on several of those trees. They were water oaks over here by the cul-de-sac, or by the roundabout, I should say, not the cul-de-sac. So I don't have that document in front of me, but it was a couple reduction. Yeah.
Can you, Michael left the streetscape up there, and I just wanted to make a comment because I believe pretty strongly, or flip it around. So, yeah, so if you're in Thompson Street, there was another one too. Well, I guess this shows the trees, but I'm telling you, that pecan out in the front, I mean, I guarantee, I don't live in Boise, but if you poll the people in Boise, I guarantee you none of them want that tree there. And I wrote down, it wasn't just me, for a broad opinion, I had my wife and a friend of hers, too close to. Okay, yeah, it's too close to the power lines. It is leaning toward where the planned homes are. It's a single standalone tree that is not aesthetically pleasing or serving a purpose, is what our friend said. And the whole side that faces the street has been pruned so much, the whole bottom 3/4 of it, but to avoid the power line. So I'm not an arborist, and it might be a certain size, but I think if you can work this out with staff where maybe we lose that tree and and I don't know what reasonable is, right? But reasonable is probably more than 2. But if you could work out with these guys, I don't know, save 6, 7, 8 of the specimen trees instead of 2, something tells me this could go through. So that's my 2 cents.
And then replant some really large trees.
I would love to do that. Here's one of the challenges we have, and I'm talking as much as I know of this, because I'm not a financial guru. I know I'm a good builder, okay? I don't do a ton of I don't do any developing, actually. But I know we're on a fragile precipice with regards to the commercial being converted to residential. And so there's 3 partners that own the property that I'll be acquiring that from and taking down as I build these out. And the problem we're having, very candidly, is once we go below the 20 homes, it just gets really hard to make the commercial purchase viable. So again, it's not we're begging or anything. I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I think this is an amazing plan for Thompson. That's my opinion. I think we can save the 62. We will save the 43, and we will save the 24 if those 3 on the back. But I guess that's not in here, right, Michael?
So when you say save, I need to.
Attempt to, yes.
Okay, that's a big difference from save.
Well, and I apologize, our meeting with the Arbor Guard tomorrow. So our arborist who came out there he actually wrote up a document that says he believes these will be, these will live. There'll be no problem with them.
No, all right, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little.
Sure.
It's late.
Yeah, I know.
So you're spending a lot of time talking about these trees.
Because it's been my nemesis.
Well, if you haven't figured out yet for Alpharetta,
yes,
it is a priority.
Absolutely.
And
totally.
It is not a resource that we think is expendable.
Right.
Because of the return on investment for you.
Right.
So what I'm not clear on is when you say save, you're saying, well, we'll attempt to save. You're saying your arborist now has a different opinion about the health of these trees. So is it fair to say there's still a lot of work that needs to be done? Because what I heard Michael say when he made his original presentation was that those specimen trees were called out to be saved, but staff was also open to hearing from the applicant, if they couldn't save those, what other tree saves they would do to in replace of that.
Right.
And I haven't heard that piece from either you or Ms. Zickert. So did you skip over it, or you didn't do that? You didn't provide that?
No, no problem at all. What I would tell you is with the 20, okay, here, and Michael, is there any way for me to put that tree picture up here for them to see? That would help, I think, instead of just talking about it. Pictures always help me with that.
You want a tree save plan or the picture of the tree?
The one you showed where it has the impacts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there.
Tree save.
We can show the 3 trees. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, can y'all see that up there? Okay. So, and I'll use this pointer here. So right here is the 62-inch. Okay. What our arborist wrote up was that in the city of Alpharetta, there's a 20% impact.
To critical root zone, right.
And he met with David, we met as a group with the staff, and he, very candidly said, it's the only municipality, I think he said, in Georgia that uses the 20. It's usually 30. And we're under the 30. I guess that's true. Again, first time.
Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't really want to hear more about debating about whether our critical root zone of 20% versus 30%.
Absolutely.
Right. So is it fair to say that there needs to be more work done by you and staff in regards to the tree save component? I agree. I think this site plan, given all the iterations that I've seen over the years, is much more desirable than what has been presented before. But I really take exception to minimizing tree save and specimen trees. So
my intention was not to actually challenge that. It was to say that, and you're right, we need more time, because tomorrow I'm meeting with ArborGuard, is to say, can we show that we can guarantee their survival?
Okay.
That's my goal.
All right. Well,
That's actually my goal.
I'll offer a motion to defer this application, and I'm sorry,
We haven't had.
oh, sorry, I
public
know.
yet.
I'm getting ahead. I am so sorry.
I get it. I understand.
I will just add one comment. I do agree with Todd. I do think that the odd size of that pecan on the front with relative to what is going to be planted, I would rather see bigger planted, consistent.
that.
So, but if you walk that property along the back, there's some beautiful trees. And I didn't have numbers on them and, wasn't looking at that specific, but I would love to see something done and some creative solutions to make that work.
Okay.
Not so much worried, in my personal opinion, about that front one, but I think there's a real opportunity for you to come back with some thoughtful design.
Absolutely. I think you can make this work. You can try a
we're
little
gonna
harder. Okay.
I just want to make a comment. This has been an unusual hearing. This usually is done during the discussion period after we hear from the public. So what I would like to do is to, if you're finished, to open this up for public comment, because we have people here who've been waiting to speak or to hear. Anyone in favor, please come forward. Yes, I'd like to hear what your thoughts are.
Nick Recco, I live in Midwick, 310 Banbury Crossing. I think the plan is great. I walk the street every day. I think that streetscape needs some change, and particularly that tree, I agree. If there's one tree, it has to go. I don't think anyone's going to shed a tear over that one. Is there any thought about adjusting the length of the driveway? And being in Midwick, I can't believe I'm saying this, because our driveways are very short. But maybe if the driveways are allowed to be a little shorter and they move that up a little bit, maybe that saves a little more of the root structure. I don't know, just a thought.
Okay. Thank you for the comment. Anyone else in favor?
Bob Collins at 12504 Wexcroft Lane. I haven't looked at the tree, but I'm going to go there and look at it here in a few minutes. But the question I have is, where is all the stormwater going to go that's in those detention ponds? Are they going to come into our creek and feed down Gossick, or is it going to go to a different location?
Okay. I'll give you some time to respond or to rebut. Anyone else in favor? Seeing none, anyone in opposition, please come forward. None, no one else want to speak, so I would just turn this back to you for additional comments.
So just for you to see what it is, and I apologize, maybe wasn't clear with Michael, but this existing detention pond here, 50% in the written agreement that before I got involved, they made together with that flat. Half of that is for the flat and half of that is for this area. So that 50% of that will still be utilized by some of this area here. That one already has, and I don't know exactly where it goes, but my understanding is it goes straight across, okay? That's already in place and already designed appropriately for a certain amount. This additional one here underground and this one here, my understanding is that it would then either go partly into here or straight across. And of course, the way those work is it's kind of like what you heard with the condominium that's located over this way. It's a reduction. It's capturing and reducing the outfall, reducing the amount of water. Don't have my engineer here, but he is one. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we will need some clarity on that.
I'll have to ask.
Okay.
Paradigm.
All right. I will turn this over to the board now for discussion and a motion.
I did have one.
Commissioner Richards?
I do have one quick question. How does 50% of a detention pond work?
Well, it's not, again, not an engineer, but my understanding is that it's measured in volume, right, is my understanding. And so when that detention pond, again, going back to whenever this was approved, it was approved for a certain amount of volume based on these two buildings that were going in. And so it's being utilized, I shouldn't say 50%, but whatever amount is being utilized by them, the other part is utilized by this side. They're also responsible, it's actually a signed contract or agreement with the flats where this neighborhood maintains 50% of any cost associated with that. So even if it's their problem, this neighborhood still has to actually ante up 50% of all the costs. That's actually just part of the.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure.
Can I ask Michael a follow-up question on that, please? Michael, I think when you were making your initial presentation, you indicated that the use of that drive was no longer an option for the for sale component, this phase 2. Did I understand that correctly?
That is my understanding, that the agreement says that whatever is developed on this property will have its own separate entrance. So they do have a gate here, and the gate is only here for fire access.
And so that was specific to the use of the drive. Did it address the underground detention shared component?
I thought that it did, and it was, my understanding was that they weren't, that this was all going to be for phase 1. I may be wrong on
Okay.
that.
So that's something
I'll have
we need
to
to
look at that.
clarify.
Yes.
Got it. All right, thank you. Okay, I will offer a motion to defer CLUP-22-05/Z-22-15/C-22-12/V-22-29 Thompson Street Park /31 and 51 Thompson Street.
Second.
Motion has been made, properly seconded. Any further discussions? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand.
Thank you.
It will be
Thank
hard when it's brought back by staff to us. Is there anything else the board would like to consider tonight? It's
Adjournment.
about 11:06. The next meeting is going to be February 2nd. Have a good night and Happy New Year.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
You're the official name tag collector.
Gotta do something around here.
You do something.